Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Titan Vanquisher Finals. It is Summit Esports
has to
Phoenix.
go. No, shut up. That mask has to go.
Is it that
Let us
bad,
be able
the
to
audio?
hear you at least.
So muffled.
Is the audio that bad?
Yeah,
It's
try it again.
muffled as all get out.
All right, run it back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Titan Esports Finals. It is Summit Esports Phoenix taking on Faceless Insomnia. It's TI Romeo, Satyr, and we're joined by Brittany as well.
Hi.
Bonus Pretty. Bonus Pretty has joined us for the grand
It's me,
finals.
Bonus
Usually-
Pretty.
Bonus Pretty. Usually on the other stream, off with those other people that we don't talk about too much. We don't really like them too much on the other side of town. It's like the south side. But no, we're more than happy to have Britty, my old ex-caster, with my new boyfriend caster, Romeo. But it's really good to have you on to the stream here with us. And are you excited to see this finals?
Oh, absolutely. I begged to be on this finals cast. I was like, an opportunity to cast with both Satyr on his potential most likely last Titan stream here, and with Romeo. I mean, how can I say no to that? I am really excited for this finals, though. I think this is going to be a hell of a good match. We did see on stream last week FLS go up against Iceborne Black. FLS won in decidedly convincing fashion, even if the game score was 3-1. They just had a kind of happy game thrown in there, but it probably could have been a 3-0.
Yeah, happy games. That's the best way to put it, I think. Happy games. Games
Happy games for them, maybe not
very,
for us.
Maybe not for us, yeah. So some long nights we've had this week for sure, because I was also covering some other ones. But Romeo, I'm going to ask you this question because we've been having a lot of fun recently trying to break down comps, and you're always surprised when I get them. So I'm going to ask you a very, very direct question. Can you get one champion that might be in this first draft?
No.
Okay.
My guess is Xin Zhao, I think, has a good chance. I think Jarvan has had some prio. I think people have been playing a ton of Varus.
This is what I got to deal with every week. Every week, Bernie. This is it. I brought him back and I regret it immediately because.
See, I have my notes in
Okay.
front of me. I could tell you some of the champs that I think are going to be in the first draft.
The new nerfs aren't live yet, right?
I believe
like,
we are on a new patch.
Are we
Is
on
it
the
today
new
or
patch?
tomorrow?
Or is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow is
so
the
Xin
patch.
Zhao
So, yeah.
and Trundle and Pantheon are all viable picks still.
They're not getting absolutely gutted. I've got a couple of predictions for what I think we're going to see in this first draft. I think we're going to be seeing Talia or Pantheon in the bans here. Almost assuredly, I think both these teams have really good trio on the Talia and the Pantheon. The Defiri first ban, though, something I wasn't expecting to see. So already, some of my prep out the window.
Yes, so with the Neferi ban and then the bans coming through from Faceless to be Pantheon, there's probably tank junglers coming in first. I don't want to see anything like that coming through. So both junglers should be going bruiser/tank. They don't want to be playing into those assassin styles. Wukong, Jin Zhao should be the trade-off here because of blue side. And then we should be looking at maybe some mid lane ones, but it's going to be a Varus. So Jin Zhao might make it through quite easily here. I've kind of hope to see that one gone because I'm now in the Jarvan is the best jungler in the world train. I think it is absolutely busted.
He's so broken. His kit and his clear being as strong as it is insane. I've been playing the champ a ton, so he Trundle banned away on the red side. So yeah, Xin and J4 are probably the two best junglers up, in my opinion.
Yeah, before we get too deep into the draft, I think there is something that is worth mentioning here that maybe not everybody in the audience is fully well aware of. You can look at the Summit Esports Phoenix side, and you can see that their normal mid laner, Ryzini, is not in today. They're working with an emergency substitute, Floops. Blessedly, FLS decided to waive the ban losses. So, you know what? Bless them, we appreciate that. But also, having Ryzini, who's been such a force for the Summit Esports composition, out for their finals, I think is going to make the series a lot more difficult.
Yeah, 100%. Ryzini being such an important pick and an important player for a side. And Floop stepping into big shoes, and I think they're nearly tier 3 upgraded Akatan boots at this stage because they are very, very big. But so is a Scion here. But they're not taking the Jarvan to go immediately with the Orianna, so that's already a big mistake in my book, no?
Summit Esports just locks the Jarvan here then, right? Just to grab that combo with the Ornn and the Talia, which would be really good. Yeah, absolutely.
That is so insane to me. Like, don't do that.
Who do we think should be the ball delivery system for Faceless now that they can't pick up the Jarvan? Are we expecting a Xin pick, or are we expecting something else to come in? Maybe a
Skarner was not what I was thinking. I was potentially
don't
thinking that they
like
might move
that.
towards supports, maybe like an Alistar or a Rel to try and really enable that ball delivery. But I think some of Esports just bans engage supports now because their engage for FLS is reliant on Scion hitting a good ultimate, Skarner finding a good flank, or Orianna hitting a decent shockwave. If you ban away like Alistar Rel, what does FLS have for engage?
Do we see them maybe blocking like a Nautilus or something in that bot lane?
They have a hope and a dream. That's their engage. A hope and a dream.
Yeah,
To be honest, this is really messy. This feels like they haven't made a plan yet. Like I think me and Brady actually spoke about it the last time we were casting together. I said that your bot lane is the kind of designs what your comp is going to do. And right now they have this. Everything is kind of like, oh, so we have to have a ball delivery system. They could have taken the Nocturne. They decided not to. They've gone for a Skarner. They're going for a Zeri, which means Milio more than likely in that support pool is like the premier pick.
There's a lot of high tier ADC still available as well. I'm shocked that Zeri is the one that we're jumping to immediately. This is something that I was maybe expecting to see from Faceless much later on in their drafts. Opting for the Zeri this early on, I think, is almost a little concerning, but I think it means that FLS has a plan for a composition styled like this from Sepex.
So is the goal for Faceless here right now just kind of like let them engage onto Faceless and just peel for that Zeri and have Orianna just throw all the balls on Zeri and hope for the best?
If we see an Enchanter, absolutely.
It is that Milio pick. I feel like they're just playing for like that disengage or like go in after we're already engaged on and have that Zeri bounce around. Other than that, I don't really know what else we're looking for Faceless Cups. I think this game is so heavily on Zeri to kind of make any fight work, especially when we get to that mid
turbo carry.
Yeah, this game is 100%, in my opinion, it's Zeri going to be against the world in every team.
It's a Zeri moment game, is what it is.
Yeah.
This is like, we need a Zeri moment game, and I don't think anyone has seen a Zeri moment in at least 4 months.
It's been a while.
It's completely fallen out of the meta, not because it's gotten weaker, just because everything else has gotten stronger around it, with the likes of Sivers and Varuses being so much more competitively viable. But like, you have a comp here coming in from Sepex that's Sivir presses a button, Jarvan presses a button, Talia presses a button, and suddenly you're getting collapsed on, ulted on, and there's walls everywhere, Orange running around, screaming fire, and Nico's a Nico. So it feels like T1. Yeah, it looks like T1 versus, I'm going to say no AL, because they're probably one of the worst teams at the moment. But yeah, it just feels like FLS are going to rely kind of heavier on their own kind of lanes to get incredible advantages, while Sepex is like, we're a team, and that's how we're going to play. It's the power of friendship versus the power of hands.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we saw in last week's series with FLS. They were very confident in their ability to just sort of play the micro and win lanes to try and win the game, and it worked very well against Iceborne Black, which was a team that I think both you and I were expecting a lot more competition than we saw from them in that series. Now, not meaning to dog on them, but just it felt like FLS just had them at every angle, from the macro decision and the micro decision making. But I think some of Esports Phoenix is going to be a lot harder competition, even without Ryzini, who has been that big carry in the mid lane. They still have Loco Poco, who has been an incredible top laner. Doom and BR have been one of the better bottom lanes throughout the entirety of the regular season. I haven't had the chance to see them as much in the playoffs, but they've been so consistently good, it's hard for me to say they're not. And I think it's also worth remembering, these are the number 1 and number 2 seeds in Group C. They have competition against each other. They know how each other play. So I think that's going to influence exactly how the rest of the series is even going to go.
I think one of the interesting things, now that you mentioned it, is week 2, these teams did play, and Faceless 2-0'd Summit Esports Phoenix, and you kind of have to wonder, even though it's been so long, how much that plays into the mental when you're preparing for the series, when you're going into the series. What does having a 2-0 loss against them already mean when we're stepping into this game?
I think the most important thing is the fact that you keep moving and distracting me. Why can't you stand still?
That's what Brittany will agree with me. That's what play-by-plays do. You move around.
We move a lot. It's what we do.
In a mobile ADC, stop moving. Like, you do not have Youmuus. You cannot move like this.
I'm gonna buy Youmuus.
Okay. But as we do start this one off, we're going to see a 5-man walk into the bots, or 4-man walk, as Orianna decides not to. But they do manage to clear out that ward. But overall, for the start of this one, Pretty, because this is where me and you get to chat while Romeo gets to check his Instagram DMs and notice he has no DMs. But,
Okay.
Damn.
That's what me and Romeo do. But We do get to talk about how the junglers are going to try and get around this one, because Skarner is notorious for it's either heavy dives consistently or power farm, while Jarvan is I want to be everywhere dropping flags, finding info, and looking for any possible engage. So do you expect to see Catsox moving into 50 Cal Taco's face?
Ooh.
Because we know 50 Cal Taco likes to fight for everything.
Yeah, 50 Taco is an aggressive jungler, which I think is kind of why it's so surprising to see him on the early Skarner. Jarvan makes a lot more sense with his playstyle. It makes a lot more sense compositionally. I think if the junglers were flipped, honestly, maybe both these teams would even be happier. We're going to get an idea of what Pro Comps thinks of these drafts, most likely at some point throughout this game, and I'm interested to see what they think. But I think we're going to see something early aggressive out of Catsox, and maybe 50 Cal Taco is just playing the defensive, like, okay, we're going to try and counter gank, we're going to try and preempt the Jarvan, like level 2, level 3, flag and drag, force a flash. But for Skarner, you get in so much later, you come in so much slower. It's a lot more difficult for Skarner to actually have that proactive, aggressive ganking style, especially with the lanes you have. How much CC is Skarner realistically working with? Are you going to engage in the bottom lane with the Melio Mega Fire Kick engage? I'm not sure that's really going to work out for you.
Yeah, it's a difficult one on either side on choosing what to do. It all comes down to those laners, if they can get pressure, if they can push, and if they can make it work. As right now we're seeing just Ornn just do the thing that Ornn does. Farms, gets push, and is stronger than everything else on the map for absolutely no reason. And
Ella's Breath is a really good ability.
We also just love Brittle.
Yeah, unironically, I love Brittle because I played supports and CC supports especially. So if I get like extra time on a Thresh hook, or the Thresh play just knocks up that little bit harder, it feels really nice.
It's also criminal. It is also a criminal ability as an ADC player. You just get CC for longer, and you're trying to like time everything, and everything just goes awful for you. But we do see the Pro Camp draft score does go heavily in favor of FLS, and regardless of the Skarner being a strange one, it has high win rates in competitive across most boards. It is a very, very late pick. It's very strange to see it this early. As we do see a little bit of fighting in the bot side. And Romeo, how bored are you right now as a play-by-play?
I'm enjoying knowing that this series could stretch out to 5 games. I'm enjoying the fact that my voice gets to rest for a bit.
Look, given what FLS put me through in the last series, take what you can get here. Because when this team starts fighting, they do not stop. They are an aggressive team. They love, like Sader mentioned in the draft, they love to play for the hands. They love to just be micro better than their opponents, which I think is why this composition might struggle against some of Esports Phoenix, because this is a team that we've seen also be really good with their hands. Catsox maybe looking for a level 4 gank here.
Walking in, are we going to see the flag and drag? We're going to see the knockback. The flag and drag connects. Orion going to flash over the wall, but Jarvan sticking with them, and it's a first blood for Summit Esports Phoenix.
Yeah, that was very, very nicely done there, as it does set them up perfectly. Is one of those things I said, Jarvan likes to be aggressive, likes to be on the map nice and early, and that's a nice, easy lane to set it up in, because Talia is a menace. I'm going to hand it over to Birdie, though, because I'm seeing 2 tiers, and we need to talk about this.
Yeah, this is something that I've yapped about pretty much any time that I've been on broadcast. It's my new karma going Malignance. When you're running a mid laner who is going to build tier, just sit on the tier. I understand that it's 400 gold that's not going towards an item until like your second item, but Seraph's before it's stacked is a garbage item. It is so bad for you. It provides decent stats, but the passive isn't doing anything. You're not getting anything extra, and half of the stats you're getting are coming from the tier itself. Just sit on the tier, build your Ludens, build your Blackfire Torch, whatever Lost Chapter item you need first, and then rock with the Seraph second. When your tier's already stacked, you can then have the value of that shield, the extra mana from your first Lost Chapter item, providing even more value. It's just better.
Yeah, now that that rant is over, we can start to talk about other things in the game as we do return to the 5-minute mark. So this is where you start to see that Drake spawn. You start to see people hovering towards that bot side. And right now we are seeing Nico using that clone of Jarvan to get some information. They managed to get a couple of hits onto a ward, but I think they've sniffed that one out pretty well, as both teams are hovering around this side. So we could see a very early fight and an immediate start and pull from the Skarner.
We do have a level advantage on that Jarvan from the double scuttle that happened earlier as well. I'm hoping we see a fight break out of this dragon. We're seeing them starting to walk in here. Catsox is coming from the top side of the river. The bot lane is kind of getting held off right now from the Zeri. Zera going to be starting to be pieced up here, though. Nico getting a lot of damage off it. Nico down to 1 HP already.
What?
Heal going to be burnt from Faceless. Now, Zeri on the run. Going to have to hop that wall. Here comes the Weaver's wall. The flash force to be used from Zeri. Jarvan going to jump over. Goofy stuck from that Weaver's wall. Barely able to get out. 50 cal going to be diving in the back and trying to keep them off of Zeri. Going to go down 2 cat talks. There's going to be a huge... Oh, I had to swallow. Orianna keeping them away from Faceless. But it doesn't look Summit's going to be able to try to claim that dragon with Skarner down.
A messy fight for both sides, honestly. A lot of skill shots not finding their mark. I think both these teams maybe just feeling a little bit of the nerves coming into this game number 1. But some of these Esports Phoenix do come out on top in the end. I really thought that BR was going to go down. They're really testing the limits of how much the Nico can tank in the face of this Zeri. Like, it's early game Zeri. She's not going to be doing very much, but it's still an AUC with lethal tempo. You let her stack, she's going to do enough, but thanks to a great Talia wall and some decent positioning from the Summit Esports members, they were able to just come out with a win on the end of that somehow.
I did speak about that at the start, though. It's like once this kind of gets to those stages and the walls start going up, it's going to be a lot harder for them to maneuver around these fights. And we saw immediately Zeri getting walled off and pushed off and everything popping on. So yeah, it is working out. They didn't actually get the Zeri down. They did get 1 kill and they get the Drake, but it's all going to start up again because we have the Grubs now spawning next, and both teams are kind of heavily reliant on it. We're not seeing those big kind of siege ADCs like the Caitlyn or even a Ziggs in the bot side. Not okay, BR. This is, you don't do this. Get your pajamas out of that lane. It's just not necessary. It works though. It works, but they are going to move those lanes around. They did push Funky Boy Joe off, and now will be replaced by Goofy Boy Joe and Giddy Boy Joe heading up towards that side. We're going to have to figure out new names for these though.
Yeah, I when I was play-by-play for them, it was just Goofy and Giddy, and Funky Boy I think was even on the bench for that series as well. But I think maybe if BR takes the clone a little bit later, because Catsox was level 6, but BR came into that lane as the level 5 Jarvan, Funky Boy Joe might end up preempting an ultimate or a flash just to try and escape from a Jarvan ulti. It's a possibility, it's a mind game, but just a little bit as...
Oh, here comes Skarner hopping into the grub pit. We have 1 grub taken right now by Summit, but it looks like Summit's starting to back away. We're going to have 1 grub taken by Faceless at the moment. That last grub is what they're fighting for. It is going to go over to Summit Esports with that 900 damage smite from the Jarvan, and they're looking to get away. But Milio going to be able to hop on top with Zeri on to Doom, and Doom going to go down to Zeri. Zeri picking up their first kill of the match, which is something you love to see if you're a Faceless fan.
As well that both of the top laners here that are now down in Australia just decided not to come to this fight. They were just like, no, we're just going to scrap it out on the bot side. Grasp for grasp, top lane spaghetti fights. And it's just, that could have been a very important fight for both sides. We saw that Zeri did get that kill, and that Jarvan is still ahead thanks to getting through his camps a lot quicker, as Romeo pointed out in the pregame, that Jarvan is very good at clearing now. But I'm still a little bit surprised that both teams didn't go, this is the big fight, let's send it all in. What do you think, Brady? Do you think they should have maybe came for that one?
I was a little shocked that we didn't see either a Shockwave come out or even the Talia wall. It may have been on cooldown. I wasn't looking at that exact cooldown, but we didn't see any big ultimates blown. I think the fact that neither of the top laners was willing to burn the teleport or even wanted to burn the teleport to come up to that fight just meant both teams were like, all right, we'll try and fight for just the grub stacks here. We're trying to get the feet. Because now when you get 2 of them, you do get the feet instead of just needing all 3, which I think is a great change. But I think it just means for both these teams, they were like, we're not hard committed to these grubs. We have scaling advantages on both sides. Sipper and Zeri are going to take over in the late game as ADCs. Skarner's going to become an unkillable nightmare. Ornn and Sion similarly. I think the only one who really would want to force the issue on that is Catsox on the Jarvan, and he got out with the smite, so I think he was happy to just say, hey, we won that exchange. I'm good.
Yeah, you won the exchange, but like I want bloodshed. I want Romeo to hurt themselves. Just because of all the champions Romeo decided to cosplay as, is the one champion he's probably never played. I can't imagine him sitting there.
It's the only other thespian. It's the only League of Legends thespian.
I don't even know what that means.
Thespian's a good vocab word.
Theater person.
I don't know what it means, so he's won this round. Congratulations.
It's fancy speak for a theater kid.
It only took 2 years, but I finally won an argument against... God! Knockup Brittle gonna go through. Here's gonna come the Call of Forge God. Zeri gonna go down. Feats of Warfare picked up by Faceless after multiple shower shots. Hit that Zeri a little bit of an overplay coming from that bot lane. Meanwhile, mid lane, Floops is right on top of Orianna. Here comes Jarvan. The flag and drag comes through the slow. The flat comes out from Orianna, but Orianna gonna go down. Jarvan trying to go under tower, goes too far as well. Skarner gonna be able to find that Jarvan, but the Cataclysm goes through. Floops trying to stay on, but Skarner gonna be able to impale his way out of there. And topside off screen, Ornn gonna pick up the second kill onto that Milio. A bloodbath here at the 10 and 11 minute mark.
You cannot disrespect Ornn in the top lane. He is the mage, assassin, death knight, fighter, paladin. He is everything. And if you disrespect him, he will take you down. I was expecting him to maybe get one, but the second kill off that Call of the Forge God was crazy. And then in the mid lane as well, a little bit of a fiesta. I like the idea from Catsox and Floops, but I think maybe engaging with the Jarvan ultimate there on top of the Skarner just a little bit over aggressive.
A little bit too much bit off there, but at the moment we do have to check out this Drake as it is going down very, very fast, and Catsock's not even going to get there in time. But here comes the wall.
Weaver's wall gonna come in. Drake claimed by Faceless, but Goofy Joe is gonna get grabbed by that Nico. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, we got Catsock diving on top of THU. Is gonna find it. The Pop Blossom goes off. Boy Joe gonna get stunned up. Sivir gonna find the kill on Zeri. Sivir gonna find the kill on Milio. Skarner trying to run away. Can he make it? The Flagging Drag is gonna spell an end to Taco, and that 50-cent Cal Taco is gonna go straight to the gray screen. It is huge for Summit Esports.
There's questions to be made there about Zeri just getting caught twice in the very same section of the jungle after an objective being taken. But as we do go straight back to the top, Floops has decided to.
Wow! Flukes just said, "All right, you want a free kill, Sion? Here you go." And now Sion gonna pull the intake. Sion run straight away to the enemy base. Surely someone finds him here. Off-screen, Catsock's gonna find Goofy Boy Joke. There is just kills happening everywhere now.
It is blood and gore in game number 1. We were talking about how the first 5 minutes were slow, and I mentioned in draft, these teams like to throw hands, and FLS, they're hitting the SepX in the face, but they're just coming back with bloody knuckles. It's just every time they engage a fight, SepX is getting something back on the end of it. I like the call from FLS to go for that dragon, but just the punchback from SepX, a great engage off that Talia wall, and like you said, Sater, Goofy Boy Joe getting caught again on this Zeri, burning the Ghost, the Flash, and the Ultimate, and still getting taken down at the end of the day. This is the eggs in the Zeri basket composition, and the Zeri's got a lot of holes in it.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to swallow, especially for the Zeri when they want to scale, they want to be strong, and now Doom is spelling doom for the side of FLS as they are getting stronger and stronger. There is still questions to be raised with the Essence Reaver build. I personally do prefer Yun Tal on my Sivers. I do prefer that immediate attack speed, steroid scaling stronger, but there is something to be said for having unlimited mana, which I'm sure every single mage player hates the fact that ADCs get that, right?
Sater, I'm mad. Sater, I'm mad right now. Can you tell why?
Because they both built.
Can you see why I'm so upset?
Yeah.
It's double Sarah's first item in the mid lane. This is actually just my nightmare. I beg to be on this cast, and now I'm being put in hell. This is terrible.
Is your Paralysis Demon just the Rod of Ages?
No, I like Rod of Ages. I think Rod of Ages is fine because it's an entirely scaling item, and at the very least, you're getting more value out of the base Roa than you are out of the base Seraphs.
I'm just.
You at least get health alongside the mana and AP.
Speaking as an old blue build Ezreal player from like season 4, no, it's fine. Mana first. You'll be fine. You'll make it through. But yeah,
oh god, don't remind me of the double tier item Ezreal. Ooh.
Oh yeah, it was wonderful. But yeah, you are 100% that they still do need to scale that item up, and it is a little bit iffy. But with both mid laners being kind of forgotten about, it is that they're not as involved as you want to be, so they have that time to scale, and that shield is quite nice, but it is always a little bit nicer to get that first, maybe a Cosmic Drives built, or maybe a Liandry's, something that just gives you more damage.
Luden's, Blackfire Torch, items that do something before you have to wait for them to stack.
Yeah, there is arguments to be made, and there is that little bit of scaling time. It is now completed on Talia, and maybe in one of those fights it would have made a difference, but
hey guys, I think that minion's pathing is broken. That's so weird.
Yeah, the minion's fine. Sometimes you gotta go down the other route. Sometimes you gotta take the long road. Sometimes you gotta take the scenic route in the hopes, or maybe they're just trying to defer from the enlistment right now.
Oh, Flagging Dragon gonna come in from Jarvan. He's gonna be slammed right into the wall. Weaver's wall gonna come through, blocking off 50 Cal, and 50 Cal is gonna go straight to the gray screen. Call the forward gonna go. It is gonna miss Giddy Boy Joe, but Giddy Boy Joe gonna get hit with that flag and drag. Here comes Funky to the rescue, trying to keep Giddy Boy Joe from dying. They've suffered enough so far, watching his Skarner die right in front of his eyes, looking like he just got assassinated. As Summit is looking to claim that Rift Herald and finally get that third objective. They already have feats. They already have the upgraded boots. What does Faceless need to do right now to try to stop this bleeding and find their way to not losing this game 1, guys?
It's a difficult path for them, for sure.
I don't think it's as bad as people think. I genuinely think that they've thought about this. Like, this is their game 1. They're coming into this and they have an idea. We just haven't seen it yet. We don't have the vision yet. We don't have the power of thought to be able to break down what Faceless know. You have to remember, this is one of the undefeated teams. They're pretty good at what they do. They know what they're doing. They've only lost a couple of games. Maybe they just have to wait for a certain point when a certain champion gets certain items and go, oh yeah, Zeri's done. And that might just be all they need. So we'll have to keep an eye and see to be able to do it, but tower does go down in the top side. We're going to see a small little skirmish around here as Catsox is getting a little bit aggressive.
Oh, 50 cal gonna go right there, and he grabs Catsox. Joe gonna try to stop, but it doesn't matter. He looks like a caster minion at this point.
Oh,
Top Blossom is huge as well. Joe gonna get stunned up, is trying to run away, but goes down to Catsox. Giddy Boy Joe can't find his way in the fight. Meanwhile, his team is dying all around him. He has to watch his THQ is going to go down. He has to watch his Funky Boy Joe gets Cataclysm and is forced to flash away. And that Chemtech Dragon is going firmly over to Summit.
I'll say what I said before. FLS is trying to just punch Setbacks in the face, but it's been upgraded from they're coming back with bloody knuckles. Now they're coming back with a broken hand. A strange engage from 50 caliber Taco there, an attempt to pick on the Jarvan, which I think is a fine target to look at, but just didn't have enough of a team behind him, and Catsox did. Floops was there, Doing BR were there, and a great secondary engage from BR as well. These Pop Blossoms are always so effective. This is why you draft the Nico. This is why you have this engage opportunity as that secondary follow-up alongside that Jarvan, alongside that Ornn.
I am genuinely going to ask a question to our producer and hopefully get a response off them. Do cats actually have socks?
Sometimes, yeah. They have. They're sometimes called boots, but it's like if they have a different shade of fur on their hands versus their arms.
Weaver's Wall gonna go as Talia trying to get away, but Skarner gonna grab her up. Can this be a successful pick for 50 cal? Who's been trying so hard to find a play in the game. He is beating the hell right now.
Wait, teleport.
Out of
No!
Teleport. No! Oh my god, nothing 50 cal can do can secure his team a kill.
I was going to be so happy for him. He finally found a successful side lane play. They got Floops off the Talia wall. They made the push happen. But great timing from Floops on that teleport to just get the heck out of dodge. But 50 caliber Taco, that is a heartbreaking failure.
He had him pale up. He had him pale up the whole time.
No, he didn't. It was a couple seconds on cooldown.
I thought he had it up. It looked like it was up.
Yeah, I'm genuinely wondering right now because stepping into Ryzini's shoes and then doing something like that, yeah, that works for me. That's enough for me, as we do see the Nico Drift replay here. Wonderful stuff. I can almost hear Tokyo in the background. But it's just this last corner is just absolute perfect work. Beautiful. That's how you just step out. Wonderful. And great work coming in from BR. Like, you get the max distance out of it and you still get some damage on the tower. Wonderful. It's a good support play. You don't see that from a lot of supports, or at least I haven't today.
You don't often get the chance to drive the Herald. It's always the junglers or the mid laners. They want to drive.
Because most of the time you mess it up because you're just supports. Back to Janna.
See, this is it feeds into itself. The supports try to go for the drive. They do one bad one, and suddenly everyone's up in arms.
No. Yeah, because that one bad one costed me LP.
Not wrong, completely true. But the setup coming through here, BR using those clones very nicely to get what vision they can't step in for right now. But this is what they were looking for.
Gonna go through. They find the Ornn. Ornn going to get pinned up. Here's going to be another knock-up. They're still on Loco Poco. Loco Poco on the run. The Unstoppable going to be used, but it's not enough. Zeri finds the shutdown. The Pop Blossom is going to stun Zeri. They are on Goofy Boy Joe right now. Catsox going to find the Cataclysm. Zeri jumps out. Zeri is alive. The rest of the team not going to stay up much longer, but Goofy Boy Joe is able to get away as THQ and Funky is going to fall. Funky able to get one more kill before he goes on that Nico. It is some shutdown gold over to Zeri, but that Atacon is going straight to Summit.
Okay, yeah, that was a fight. That was a it looked like a Zeri moment until the Jarvan decided to be a Jarvan. Until Jarvan decided to just absolutely send it onto Zeri. And that was one of the things I talked about in the pregame, is that like there's enough things heading towards Zeri that it doesn't matter what you pick with it, it will not survive. It did manage to get out on 1 HP, but once Zeri was gone from the fight, you saw that they didn't have the damage. Funky Boy Joe did some decent work on the backside, but THB just got eliminated. And I'm kind of a little bit like worried that the draft coming out from FLS is the only thing that's holding them back, because like their ideas going forward into these fights are great. It's just champion diff. They just don't have the power needed to get through the likes of the Ornn, the Jarvan, and the Nico. Full credit to BR. That was an absolutely exceptional Pop Blossom.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic gameplay from BR. The thing that has me worried is, we're going to put a pause on that, is we might have
Reverse
a
wall going to come
through.
Here. Goofy Boy Joe trying to get away from Loco Poco here as BR going to come
Oh
around.
God,
Pop
again.
comes out. Call of the Forge God. Joe can't do anything about it if he's stunned for 9 years. Zeri does not matter if you're stunned for the entire fight on repeat. Knockup going to come on Funky Boy. Here comes Skarner with the attempted rescue as Cat Socks doing no damage is what it feels like to Saw, and him and Floops are just there forever. Meanwhile, Skarner, once again, looking like he has no health. Orianna going to get killed in the top lane. Off-screen, Catsox is going to finish off that Skarner. And that Scion. It's an ace for Summit, and 0 deaths on their side. God, haven't they had enough?
Whatever the reverse of a caster curse is what just happened. We were just glazing BR for these incredible Pop Blossoms. He takes the blast cone over the wall, gets the flank angle on Goofy Boy Joe from a ridiculous spot, and this is a horrid stomp for FLS. And again, this is a team that is used to playing aggressive, playing the hands diff, playing the micro game. But you guys have drafted a scaling comp. You have Orianna, Zeri, Skarner, Scion. You want to play the late game. You want to make it there. But you can't make it there if you just keep breaking your hand on the opponent's armor every single time you go for a punch.
Yeah, and as you do see now, the third Drake heading over to the side of Sepix. They have full tempo, full control, 10k gold lead going into the 25-minute mark, which means we're going to be getting very close to Barons, we're getting very close to Souls, and there is just a massive wallet difference. If you just look across most of the lanes, there's nearly an item or a massive component difference leading across every single side. But more importantly, that jungle, you see Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver completed, and
Weaver's Wall on a THQ. And they are just immediately going to die again. The wallet's difference is just huge. There's nothing you can do as well. I feel like Summit's just been moving around the map together and finding picks on repeat to open up these fights. It's insane.
We are not even 25 minutes in. It is a 10,000 gold lead, not even taking into account the stats that Otacon gives, the stats that those dragons are giving over. This is just a ridiculous lead, and I don't think Setbacks are going to give it up at any chance possible.
Yeah, they're just... This is one of the ones where you start thinking about draft. You start talking about draft immediately for game 2 here. And I do like that the idea that there's still a lot of champions that are available for the side of FLS, because I don't think any of these are real prio picks. The Orianna and the Scion might be a little bit important, but there's still a lot left on the table for them. In FLS, I've seen them lose 1 game. I've never seen them lose 2. So my hopes are still very, very high that we'll at least get to a game 4. But Sepix are playing such a clean game. Like, 1 death for everyone across the board is absolutely crazy.
I believe, if I'm right, Faceless has lost 3 games throughout the entire course of the season and the playoffs, and they've never lost in this fashion.
We could double that here in this series. If Setbacks does end up winning the whole thing, go from 3 losses to 6 would be a pretty big deal. And I just want to keep reiterating on the point. This was FLS's style is much more aggressive. It's much more early game focused. It has picks like the Jarvan, like the Nico, champions who can go in as Baron's on. This is a steal.
Oh it is taken by Catsuck. The attempted steal was almost there. Cataclysm going to go over to Giddy Boy Joe. 50 cal. Immediately taken out. Can the rest of the team get away? Call the Forge Guard going to go. It misses Zeri, but the Weaver's Wall is going to slow down Giddy Boy Joe. And Giddy Boy's got nowhere to go as BR's cutting him off. Goodbye to the Giddy one. He puts the thumbs up. Says, yeah, I know I'm dead. Great job. The rest of his team alive to defend. We have Orianna, we have Zeri, we have Sion. The problem I still think with this comp, when you only have Zeri doing damage and they don't get ahead, what do you do?
Yeah, that is kind of the question. I think this is a composition outside of maybe the Sion. You'd expect to see a much later in the series. Zeri and Melio are champions that are not usually these first-round picks. Even the Skarner and Orianna, as THPQ has to flash out. These are champs that end up in like the second or third round of a Fearless draft, and you're thinking like, okay, maybe later on as potential engage.
Unstoppable Onslaught. There's going to be 50 cal trying to get on Loco. Loco down to low HP, but Goofy Boy Joe and THQ have no health. BR going to find THQ.
Nope.
Cataclysm going to go out. Sivir going to find the Zeri. Skarner finds Nico, but that's going to be all. It's Sivir looking. There's going to be the triple kill coming out. And it is just Giddy Boy Joe alive to try and defend 2 turrets and a Nexus. And I think at this point, it's safe to say that Summit Esports Phoenix is going to be picking up Game 1 against Faceless.
Yeah, it is game 1, and it is very, very good to see from Sepix to be starting off so cleanly in game 1. But this is FLS. We're talking about a team that has been so dominant over the course of this split. So no way are we saying that this is over, but that is a dominant game here. And it's something we've seen before from Summit. We've seen them be this dominant. But the later games go, the later the Fearless goes, the less these champions are available. And I would say at least 3 of those champions are high priority picks. So they've lost 3 already. Britty did. What else do we have? As we have a very small Britty up in the corner over here.
Well, champions that I think that we're going to end up seeing later on in the drafts. For honestly, both of these teams, they share picks like Shens, like Smolders in the later games. We've seen Thresh from both of these supports. I think we'll expect to see that later in the drafts as well. But I do think I agree. Losing picks like the Zeri for the later Fearless rounds, even losing Jarvan Talia this early on, like, yeah, you lost against Jarvan Talia. That's kind of like a great jungle mid 2v2. It's not unexpected, but at the same time, it's just like, I worry for FLS if this is the style of draft that they're coming in with over the course of this series, because they have played that aggressive style, that hand stiff style. But then you suddenly swap game 1 of finals. You're putting all your eggs in the Zeri basket, and you're saying, hey, we've got supports for Zeri, and she's going to carry. And then she just didn't get played around. She didn't get ahead. She didn't have the opportunity to actually carry for her team.
Yeah, I think, Zeri didn't have the Zeri moment. It was a fleeting game for Zeri, and I'm getting justice for Seder in the chat, by the way.
The people love you. What can I say?
Justice will come soon. But look, we're going to take a very quick break because we have a lot to break down in the background. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments, and I will take that mask off of Romeo. So we'll see you all very, very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back as we get ready for the Game 2 draft. We all get to play a very special game we've been playing all Vanquisher, and that is KMK. Let's bring up the skins. Our final skins this week are Victorious Sivir, Victorious Graves, and Victorious Sona.
Now I am in there. I'm just a little bit. You can see me right underneath Romeo because
right underneath the wrong opinions.
The correct.
I'm underneath the correct opinions because Romeo and I are correct here. We made the right calls.
I don't know why anyone likes Victorious Sona. I mean, like, there is obvious like personalities strapped to her chest.
Two-quarter producer.
Imagine every single day you can't communicate with your partner and they're just playing music in another room constantly, and it's not even good music.
That sounds perfect.
Whoa! Not even good. It's crazy.
It's not good music. Victorious Sona does not play good music.
Dude, it's just dating a bard.
Okay, well, regardless, Romeo doesn't have opinions on this forever alone. But Graves, everyone agrees Graves is wonderful apart from Loki. I'll give out to Loki later. We don't have to worry about that. But
I'm willing to kiss him. I'm not willing to marry him because I know not only is he not into my type, he's a bit too much of a scoundrel for me.
He'd rob a bank for me.
Real.
So I mean...
Like, do you remember the cinematic of the Shadow Isles where everyone had their tops off and he called it out?
Yeah.
So real. Like that's the kind of reality you need in those moments. And Victorious Sivir, we have to have a serious conversation about this. What is wrong with Victorious Sivir?
It's boring.
I don't have an issue with. I take issue with Sivir in general being a lot more about the money than she is about the people. I'm a people person.
That's fine. Okay, so I'm getting
no
boobs in the background. That's all I'm hearing is no boobs in the background. There's nothing wrong with the itty bitty titty committee, okay?
Absolutely nothing wrong.
Yeah, but she's also...
Our producer has a very strong opinion on these things. Like, we
100%.
build the kiss, marry, kill for us to talk about, and then they talk more than we do in our ear. Like, we are constantly being barraged with opinions. And I'm just going to say this very, very clearly, just so our producer can hear. Everything you say is valid, 100%. You should just come in here and tell them why they're all wrong. You should just tell them why they're wrong. They're all wrong. This Sivir is itty bitty titty committee, but she is my queen. And look, she throws ricocheting boomerangs. She'll always come back. That's loyalty.
Look, her skin is boring. She's boring. Her kit is boring. Sivir is boring. He needs to be shot and taken out.
Dressed as Jin.
Yeah, Jin's out.
It's like a smiley face around her neck instead of an actual like thing.
We do have this Insao update. They're finally giving him a VG, not VGU, but
so
like
hyped for the VGU. Oh my god, it looks so good.
The gameplay staying the same, but the visuals look so much better.
He looks like he should. He's a little bit twinkier, and I'm living for it. He's getting his old skins visually updated. The new Dawnbringer skin, I don't know if it's going to be the same one as the TFT one, but it looks sexy as hell. The only thing more I can ask for is bring me Soul Fighters in Zao. Because Prestige Soul Fighters in Zao on Wild Rift is one of the most beautiful Zin skins I've ever seen. That champion is great. The only bad thing is the nerf that's coming, and it's not even that bad of a nerf.
We're going to end this one very, very quickly by saying that everyone is wrong. I am correct. Mary Silver, she'll always come back. Graves is a wonderful, kissable human and has a wonderful mustache.
Come back.
And
They
Sona is trash.
disappeared.
Sona is trash. Sona is trash. I'm not listening to you, Birdie. Sona is trash. As we move on, we're
You're
going
the
to
only
move
one
back.
who killed Soda here. I think we have to admit that you're in the wrong for at the very least that
We're going
one.
to draft to talk about better champions that will appear because no one is ever going to pick Sona because it is absolutely terrible. You would look
Zinzao?
like My Chemical Romance went League of Legends.
When I was a league player,
No, cut his mic, cut his mic, cut his
when
mic, cut
I
him off.
was
We're
an
in
iron,
the
my
draft.
father.
My Chemical
It's
bot lane.
game 2. The sides are staying the same. FLS have opted to stay on the red side. How do we feel about that, you two? Do we think that this is the right call for FLS?
If you
Romeo
pick good
go.
counter picks, if you pick good counter picks and actually play the game with a good draft, yeah, it can be fine. If not, oh god.
I love how Romeo's looking at this and he's looking at us instead of the actual draft and he's not even like locking in to see what could be. But the thing that I'm noticing immediately is the fact that the bans are staying the same. Wukong is going to go this time. They're taking away Annie, but that leaves open some of the priority picks that I have in my head, which is Varus and Azir are both available right now.
Yeah.
Jin Zhao is available right now, and even some of the top lane picks that are more favored, maybe EU, and because I've been playing a little
Rumble
bit
is still
with
up,
friends.
Varus is still up, Zinzao is still
Varus.
up, Azir is still up, like you said. I feel like it has to be a Varus first pick, almost certainly. No, it's gonna be
Victor.
other V champion. We get Victor. Maybe we get
I
a little
don't-
Victor versus Vi. We get a little Arcane matchup.
Faceless get to just immediately go Varus here, and then they can take the other V champion in the jungle, right? They can take Volibear.
They could. I don't know how I feel about Blind Volibear though.
I feel like
they're-
if you pick Volibear, they can't pick the Zinzao anymore, and I think that's probably a solid thing to take away.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you think they pick into the volley? Oh, okay, it's gonna be the Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath is
Why?
the one.
Why do
My
we?
whole chin frowning there.
Why do we? We could pick our mid laner and then not have to blind our top.
Yeah, now Cho'Gath has to play against Mbessa, and now he's really sad.
Unless they put a mid, maybe.
I mean, it is technically flexible. THBQ could
You
run the
could-
Cho'Gath mid. We could see the proto build.
Could put it jungle. I've seen it jungle. We're gonna see the Zinzao brought up by SepX, which is the correct jungler to play.
Wait, but now FLS just counters with the Volibear because Volibear's still up.
That's what they should do. But after the way
They
they've
will.
drafted
They will.
last
They
game and
have
this
to.
game, okay, there.
Yeah, there it is.
There's no way that can't go through, and we should see some bans come through for the bot side. So Varus doesn't like to play into like hyper scaling, super aggressive picks. So yeah, so Kog'Maw, maybe even drop out a Lucian ban here, as my dog has decided to stand behind me.
I want to see a Poppy ban for SepX. You have Zinzao and you have Ambessa. Poppy is so good into these two. If you allow FLS to have the Poppy, it also shuts down a lot of the engage supports like Leona, like Nautilus, just not allowing them to get a good engage off of their dive-in abilities. I feel like we need to see Poppy banned by SepX here. I'm worried because FLS, if I'm FLS, I just slam Poppy here and I save counter pick. You keep the flexibility for your Cho'Gath, you save the counter pick.
Yeah, but they didn't. Some of these Poppy's going to go through. There is still the lovers bot lane to counter into the Varus. That could be a very, very easy. They just
Zillion? Okay. All right.
Me now.
FLS are actually smurfing. This is what you would call a Lost Ratones draft. This is
I don't
literally
even hate the
Lost
Zillion because the Zillion is also flexible. The Zillion is
I don't
flexible
care
between
about
support and mid. THBQ can play it. We've seen them do it. And you called out the Lover's bottom lane. We're going to get Xayah. I'm almost certain we're going to get the Rakan as well.
Yeah.
But this just makes Poppy even better. Just denies Rakan. Poppy is the best pick here.
Tell me that's a Zillion mid right now. Tell me that's a Zillion mid.
You know, it is
from the
Zillion mid
NA
and it's going to be
special.
Poppy bot lane because this is a Lost Ratones draft. This is literally picking two boss champions and then Nemesis panics and picks Zillion and Crowny first picked Varus in the hopes that the rest of his team would carry. This is literally
Did-
Lost Ratones versus Genji.
Did we watch FlyQuest? Why do we think Zillion mid is ever a good idea? Every single time it's played, it's a
Romeo, before you have a generational crash out about this Zillion, remember that was an NA Zillion.
That was.
Where
The
are we?
ability to play
Where are
NA
we, Sater?
Zillion once Bjergsen retired.
Sater, where
He
are
was
we
an
right
EU
now?
player. He was an
What
EU
region
player.
is Titan? It's North America.
Yeah,
This is gonna be an
I'm
North American
giving them,
Zillion.
I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because FLS sounds like LR if you're dyslexic.
The one other time we've seen Zillion mid on stream in Vanquisher, it was a loss.
I'm going to stand by FLS, okay? I am going to stand by FLS. I like the draft. I like LR. I really enjoy the entire thing around Lost
Yeah,
Attempts. I think it actually is
we did
revitalizing
see-
League of Legends.
I will say we did see on our side a Zillion Volibear draft. I believe it was FLS, and they did run over the game because Zillion just enables Volibear to sprint forward at Mach 20. And when you're playing in a mobile AD carry like Xayah or even a mobile carry like Victor, there's not a lot you can do when there's a bear running at you at 30 miles an hour. You kind of just can't get away. And for FLS, you can also stuff the re-engage because Ambessa can't get in, Xin Zhao can't get in, Rakan can't get in when Poppy presses W, and that window of time is enough for Varus to start applying damage, Volibear to get into the backline, even Cho'Gath to have
Ulting
influence.
at Cho'Gath late game.
It's a lot of stats.
I still throw to you, when we look at Faceless's comp, their only real source of damage is Varus.
It's Varus. No, hang on, because you have to respect
nothing
Volibear's.
else. And
Volibear in the early game, he'll hurt. He'll hurt.
okay, but mid to late
He's
game,
actually
they
crashing
have
out.
nothing but Varus. All they have, like, what are they gonna do? So they need to stop
Romeo,
Xayah,
if
Victor,
FLS
Xin
win
Zhao.
this, will you shave your head?
No, I will not shave my head.
Okay, yeah. So you're not.
Will you
you're not
shave-
backing it,
will
you're
you
not
shave
backing it.
something?
He bitched out immediately. He bitched out.
If FLS wins, or if FLS loses, will you not retire from casting?
Ooh.
I don't be chased. I don't be chased.
Say it with chest, bro. I'm going to an acting school. I can't shave my head.
Yeah,
I
can.
mean,
You
you
can still
could. It just
skinhead.
allows you to wear any kind of wig you want. It makes you even more versatile, even.
Daniel Radcliffe did it. No,
Look,
Harry Potter did it.
We
Look,
are
see-
in game here. It's game number 2. It's FLS versus SepX. SepX are coming off of a hard stomp victory, and I think FLS have jumped.
there's gonna be
Into
the dive in
comfort.
from Poppy. Catsock's gonna be stunned up. The damage from Volibear immediately brings a first blood to FLS. I don't know
Hey.
what we were thinking walking in as Xin Victor.
So, Victor in the early game doesn't do a lot. Volibear in the early game does do a lot. Giddy Boy Joe did expend both the flash and the heal. Heal on Poppy support without the summoner spellbook. I don't know how I feel about that. We might have something happen in the bottom lane here. Giddy Boy Joe might be in trouble.
Yeah,
So I watched this last night. Volibear Zillion. Yeah, it didn't go really well for the opposite side as Volibear just took over the entire game. That is absolutely crazy work already to start it off like that. Get a first blood onto a Volibear who's now going to be able to just completely take over the game as long as the lanes don't int. I do want to get your thoughts on the lethality Varus this game though. That is something that is piquing my interest.
I'm a little surprised that it's not on hit, but I think you have the consistent damage of Volibear, especially if you're going to just get gifted a first blood. As a little scuffle here in the bottom lane, but I think BR just walks out. I don't know how I feel about lethality Varus in general because he feels very much like it feels good to play it, but you're not always doing the most.
It's like Xerath, but with more oomph when you hit things. It just feels better when you hit things. But when I
It's a
do play
dopamine
Varus, I do prefer to play on hit. I like the whole constantly recycling abilities and then getting the autos off to stack it up faster. But yeah, I think in this game in particular, I think Varus lethality does work really well because there's a lot of very deep backlines with Victor, and the Xayah is going to be constantly going backwards. It's nice to still be able to fire your shots off at them. It's just that Volibear is just so. I know it's going to be 1v9 or turbo inting. There is no in between.
And thankfully with the Zillion, it's a lot easier for him to go 1v9 mode. I do like someone calling on the Twitch chat that if Goofy Boy Joe just builds a Serpent's Fang this game, he's going to be putting in a lot of work for the team. It's going to be a lot. It's a lot of nice utility, but it feels like we've kind of just shifted from stick all our eggs in the Zeri basket to stick all our eggs in the early game Volibear basket, which is arguably even more coin flipping.
And I'm not really the biggest fan of eggs. Like a scrambled egg is fine, but a fried egg, I don't really like it that much. Don't put all your eggs.
I think that might be the worst opinion I've ever heard you have. Wow.
There's
That
nothing I've
sucks.
agreed with more than that opinion, to be honest.
I am among opposition here. There are only enemies around me.
Scrambled eggs slap. A chat.
They
drag
do, they do, they
Drag
do.
Brady's ass right now.
No, scrambled eggs are great. I fully agree with you. I just think every egg is good.
That's
Top
Lucky
lane.
Boy Joe destroying Loco Poco despite being in the counter matchup, but Catsock's gonna come in, wins become lightning, and it's an easy kill for Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that
That's
was
a great start for Zen.
It is a good start for Jin, but like you've also already died, and Volibear is back out on the map faster. Is also looking towards stopping that recall coming through from the
Oh,
Ambessa.
no.
Does get it as well.
Oh.
So it's diveable. It is very, very diveable, and Jin's out is nowhere near this one. The ward will also go down, get pinged out. They know that it's there. It's diveable. It's easy.
He's got Dark
managed
Seal
to get some
too.
help, but I have more.
Can they outplay it? There's going to be the flash under turret, but it doesn't matter. No, there's not really a way to outplay that. They did burn flash. That's kind of huge, right?
I'm a little surprised about the flash being expended there by Loco Poco. I feel like that's one of those times you just accept that you're dead. It was a well-executed dive. They stopped your recall. You're just like, yeah, I'll take that L. Whatever, I've got teleport. I'll come back to lane. I'm still Ambessa. I'll still be safe. But now without flash, even though you're Ambessa and you have great mobility, you're diveable again. They can just take you down. This Volibear is going to come top again, and he's going to make your life miserable.
Yeah, it is going to make your life miserable. It's still Cho'Gath getting a kill as well, though. I would have rather that maybe go over to the Volibear, just because I do like the bear turbo sprinting it around, and a 50 caliber taco hitting you in the face is not what you want to be in the middle of a food fight. But it's going to go past food fight very, very quickly, as this bear is consuming salmon right now. It's getting around that jungle. We can see that they're also both moving down towards this Drake, which is going to be the first big fight. Now, the big thing is Unsealed Spellbook Zilean should be able to swap to Smite. They should be able to set themselves up nicely for that and aid in their jungle, but they just got level 6, and so did Floops. It's going to be yeah, it's all even as the engage goes straight onto Layla.
Here comes 50 Cal. He is going to find his way onto Catsock.
Oh, double bomb.
The stun's going to come out from Zilean with a double bomb. Catsock's down to 1 HP. The Chrono Shift going to keep Volibear alive, but Joe comes in, takes the kill on Xin Zhao, and Setback is now on the runaway from 4 members. Meanwhile, flank angle, Doom trying to find something. 50 Cal going to be able to find Floops. BR going to go down as well. Can Doom clean this up? It's not looking good as Joe flashes away. Doom now on the run, might have just given over another free kill to FLS, and it's a complete reverse of what we've seen last game.
You have to be so careful when Zilean hits level 6, who you're focusing, how much damage you pump into him. We saw they put everything into 50 caliber Taco, the carry of this early game. But unfortunately, THBQ was level 6. He was not dead, so 50 caliber Taco comes back with an extra 700 health and a full rotation of spells to turn the fight around, alongside the great double bomb from THBQ as well. A great performance shift after game number 1. But this is just a huge, paradigm shift, as VR is maybe in trouble here, actually.
And there's going to be an immediate kill from Goody Boy Joe, but Goody Boy going to get stunned up by Doom. Not enough damage going to go through. Now Doom's the one in trouble. Flash forward and flash away from Doom. Barely dodges the arrows and is able to survive, but he's going to lose a lot of minions there and probably some plates.
I'm just saying that was like MVP for performance coming through from BR to a little bit lackluster here on the Rakanas. They're just not respecting the Poppy's ability to go, no, that's a wall, I win. And it is going to set up the Varus now 4-0 and is going to rush straight towards that Yumu's. Is going to be an absolute terror for that bot side, as they've lost all ability to even decide on a fight. And as we do have some trading in the top side, and everybody's going to go back to normal. Britta, you have some breakdowns for us. What's going on?
Yeah, I just want to harken us back to the draft. In that second round, when we saw the bans come out from Summit Esports Phoenix, they had the Xin Zhao, they had the Ambessa. Poppy was already a turbo pick. They see the Zilean get locked in, so they know that it can be either support or mid, obviously, but into a potential Poppy, you lock in the Rakan, and I have to ask why. The Poppy is just so good. I called that out in the draft, the fact that it can just stuff everything that Setbacks wants to do, and it's a much more aggressive early game champion. Speaking of aggressive early game,
Joe's gonna get knocked up here. Giddy on the run. There's gonna be the audacious charge inwards for Zintel. Meanwhile, Goofy Boy Joe under the turret. There it's gonna be as Zaya uses the Feather Storm to find the shutdown on Goofy Boy Joe under turret.
There was a sheer lack of movement coming from the Varus there. I know you're immobile, but you can still click backwards sometimes, buddy. Just sometimes. But yeah, they do manage to get something back, and it's a big shutdown. They get some gold back in, as Catsox is going to be like, yeah, I'll take some plates on your wave. Don't worry about it. You just recall and look pretty. But yeah, it is some gold back, and it is something, but we have to also remember that on the other side of the map, something else is happening, as 50 Cal Taco is constantly going to be doing something. They get those grubs. That's 2 objectives now. They've already got the feat of warfare completed. they're setting themselves up as Good Boy Joe. There was maybe an angle there for Poppy to absolutely send it, but as we do return back to normal, let's look back towards that mid lane where we have a 0-0-5 Zillion versus a 0-1-0 Victor. And are you starting to doubt more and more the Zillion pick, or do you think it's starting to work, Romeo?
Yeah,
You know, like,
Romeo, I gotta
it's-
be real. I don't know about the Zillion crash out this
Poppy
game.
gonna
I think
go
this
over
is
the
just gonna
wall
win.
to save me from having to respond to that comment. There's gonna be the keeper's verdict. The chains of corruption. Doom trying to stay alive. Feather's gonna fly. Archon gonna knock up. He's trying to go back in on Joe, but it's not gonna be enough. BR is able to find the return kill as Goofy Boy Joe is caught between the turret, trying to piece up BR right now. Isn't gonna be able to find that arrow. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, topside Volleyball gonna kill that Zinzao with Funky Boy Joe, who's walked into that jungle, and they're taking everything. They're saying, Zinzao, none of these camps are yours.
This is kind of what FLS does in the early game. They play aggressive. I'm much happier to see them in a composition like this, taking it to the face of setbacks, not playing the scaling eggs in the hyper carry basket. They're punching setbacks in the face, and it's actually doing damage.
As we do break into a replay here of what exactly happened on the top side, Volibear just said, I'm a go, and they went. And they just completely eviscerated Jinzao, burning everything in an attempt to escape from this one. But I do have to say one thing and one thing only. Not only is the Zillion doing well, filling me with the joy that Romeo is wrong, it's also the fact that his Jinzao is getting pumped by a Volibear. It's just bliss for me here in Game 2, as FLS are proving why Zillion is sleeper OP, and Nemesis has spoke about this quite a bit on stream as well. Not to harp on too much about it, but I do genuinely think that utility mid laners are very, very good. Like Talia is very good in utility, Zillion's very good in utility, Orianna. These picks are very good for reasons beyond damage. You don't always need damage in mid lane. Saying this to all my solo queue mid laners that decide to play Zed the whole time.
It's my turn to crash out now because that's 170 stacks on the Zillion. I was reading Twitch chat. I did see people talk about they got their tier stacked like at 300, so they were going to finish the Seraphs relatively soon. Zillion's on 180 stacks right now. It's going to be at least, I feel like, another 3 to 5 minutes before the Seraphs is actually complete. Genuinely, if you're going to play the utility mid laner, grab a Shirelia's first item. Why not? As engage in the bottom lane. This is a wacky one.
Dive. BR taking a ton of damage. Goofy Boy Joe going to be able to find him. But it looks like that's all they're going to call it. The TP comes from Floops to protect Doom.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the boat that like scaling items have their time and place. But also, isn't there a bonus when you have it completed? You get more mana per stack per ability cast, and Zillion isn't exactly spammable.
I think it's the difference of 3 per stack versus like 4 per stack, but I could also be working on
up top, Cat Socks and Loco killing Jogath under the turret while Dragon started on the other side of the map.
I think
this is what 50 caliber Taco does.
Your point. I think it's better for Zillion to get it early for that bonus because he doesn't have quite the spammable abilities. Okay, that's a Cho'Gath build. That's how you build Cho'Gath. You go Shirelia's first. And then
There's going to be the stun from Poppy. Keep it vertical for Stormbringer, going to shut down the turret. And Goofy Boy Joe's piercing arrow is going to take down Floops. And now, I think it's safe to say that Sepex is looking for any way back in this game. Do we think they find it where Faceless couldn't last time?
I think they have a better chance because they have good scaling. You have Victor Zaya, who once they get to 2 or 3 items, they will be very strong. They'll be very dangerous. But you have to survive this bear that is sprinting at you at Mach 5 with a Zillion and a Shirelia's behind him, and then also just getting peppered from the back by this Varus. It feels like they're just taking it from all angles, and it's really hard for them to actually get up and respond.
You know what I want? I want everyone that's in Vanquisher to put in general chat the photos of Goofy when he was on trial for murdering those kids. With the caption, I'll effing do it again. I want you to spam that in the Vanquisher general chat for me because Goofy is pulling off a murder right now and he is murdering these kids. And he'll do it again. He will do it again as he's stepping forward aggressively into the Lovers bot lane, which was a bot lane I actually had high hopes for because I think Zaya and Rakan are very underrated right now in a lot of regions. I think it is just a very, very nice combo. Rakan being so strong as we're waiting for that second bomb to
It's not gonna hit. It just you know, it's the Zillion pick like most other mid laners there. I think secure the kill, but unfortunately we went with Zillion.
Okay.
Yeah, that was I mean, I don't even think that's Zillion's fault. I feel like this is truly a release date diff. He pressed his instant slow button, but unfortunately slows don't stop the amount that Mbessa can dash. He just said, "All right, cool, you slowed me. Dash, dash, dash,
Boy.
dash." Hey, speaking of dashes
Poly,
and
they're
dashes,
gonna just dash right in. Same with Poppy. They're gonna stun him against the wall. The time bombs are gonna land this time. And 50 cal Taco finds another kill. I want him to upgrade that Maya's so badly. I want that Maya's upgraded. I want to see 25 stacks.
well, I'm
That's the
really
thing,
hoping
is
we
he
do
trying to
see
say
the
Magi?
Magi's actually come out here. I would love to
He's
see
trying to say
that.
Magi and just getting it wrong.
No, it's Maya's. Maya's Soul Stealer.
Huh. Hmm.
I think I could throw a brick from here to Canada. Genuinely,
You could
I think I
try.
hit you with a
Look,
brick.
I'm closer. I'm up in the. I'm up in
There's gonna be the flash
I'm up in the
through,
north.
but not gonna use that Hex Flash to land on a Doom. I was hoping we'd see another tier 2 tower dive.
Canadians
I mean,
French and
again-
trying to use the letter J is crazy.
This is what FLS does. They play the aggressive cross maps. They make you feel the pain anytime you try to make a play. Like what we saw here on the bottom side of the map. I think they eventually get Funky Boy Joe here, but they're getting punished across the map for it, and they just can't do. You just can't do enough to actually punish this FLS team because every time you're making a play, every time you're being proactive, you're just getting shredded across the map. And yeah, you're ganking the Cho'Gath. You're making him feel the pain, but it's a Cho'Gath. Your Mbessa in the meantime is also
Gonna
suffering.
be stuck up top again. That Poppy just showing why we said that can't go through in draft. Otherwise, Mbessa and Zin don't get to play the game.
Yeah, and we get to kind of break this one down now. So we've been yapping and talking and stacks this and champions that. This is more the FLS we're used to, and it's time to kind of talk about the fact that this is FLS's kind of bread and butter. They're very aggressive, in your face, constantly getting objectives, and out-handsing you in these situations to constantly build and force objectives. And that's something that they do very, very well. Now, there is some picks that are a little bit weaker with the Cho and the Zillion not being as impactful, but the rest of the team is working so well as a cohesive unit that they cover those weaknesses. So that's what we need to be watching here. So I think overall FLS are having a really good time. This is what we want to see. But this is Sepex's second game. They've won game 1. They have that buffer already. We're going to go to game 4 if it keeps going back and forth. So the main question overall is this what they need to keep forcing these heavy aggressive picks and make sure that Sepex can't ban them away? That's what we have to keep an eye out for, right?
Yeah, FLS has a very face-up. If you can beat us in the 1v1s, great, you've got us. And speaking of beating us in the 1v1s, I think Doom might be done here.
It's going to be done against the wall. Keeper's Verdict going to go through as Doom gets knocked up. VR going to use the quickness to charm them away and successfully saves Doom.
Kept his flash as well, used the cleanse on that audacious charge to get away from the stun, didn't overextend, didn't like input anything, didn't instantly burn the flash, used the summoners as necessary. I think that's really big for Sepex, and they need to be playing a lot like that if they're going to survive this onslaught that FLS has put on them. And for FLS, this is a mental reset game. This is a, hey, we got stomped in game number 1. It was terrible. We're going to pick our comfort comp. We're going to pick comfort champions, and we're going to have a good time here in game number 2. And as we can see, they're having a great time.
Yeah, comfort is one thing. I don't think Zillion's anyone's comfort pick. I don't think anyone wakes up in the morning and goes, do you know what? I just want to quick
This
little
is a
game of
combo that we've
Zillion
seen
to cheer up."
FLS play. I think Zillion Volibear might be their go-to 1-2 if they want Cal Taco to carry.
I know, it's just, I don't think anyone wakes up in the morning and goes, I want a game of Zillion. I just don't think anyone ever feels that way. If they do, I'm sending to a mental asylum, because there is nothing with that champion. You're just playing Kobe Simulator and trying to land double bombs. That's all that is. But the
Sending
Varus,
Bjergsen
for
to
sure.
the asylum?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Zillion is an asylum champ. But yeah, Varus is more the pick that I'm excited to see, because it is one of those kind of cases where Varus is so commonly banned that when you do see it come true, you see the strength of it immediately. Also, the other fact of it is that you get the mixture of 50 cal taco.
Oh, Doom going to get stunned under turret. Stormbringer going to go. It disables the turret, but they're not doing enough damage. And now it's going to be on Sepex to try to turn this around. The Resurrect going to come from the Chrono Shift as 50 cal respawns on top of Doom. But the shutdown going to go over to Ambit, and Doom lives with less than 10 HP. There is an auto attack from Death on Doom, but this whole play going to fall as Sepex seeing if there's anything more they can get. Poppy going to be able to stop with that steadfast presence, but Funky Boy Joe is going to be the cost to get the 3 away as the kill's going to go over to Loco Poco.
I mean,
Victor.
I'm a little surprised we don't give it to the Victor. I know we all saw that Cho'Gath ulti. We're going to leave that there. This is how you beat FLS. You punish the overextensions. You punish the greed. They had the Zillion ulti. They felt confident that they could just sprint it forward into that tier 3 tower and just play super aggressive into the enemy team. But SepX responded well. They took the blow. They said, hey, Doom still has flash. Doom still has safety with the Rakan. The Poppy's not in range. We can play with our dashes. We can be aggressive. And they managed to make it work. They get through the Zillion ulti. They get shut down. I think importantly onto Doom, a lot of gold going into the Xayah. It's a big, big deal. And I think this is going to allow them an avenue to get back into the game and try and stop the Soul that's coming up in 3 minutes.
Yeah, Soul up in 3 minutes. This is the fight that we actually want to be seeing from them as 50 cal taco. I do have to say, I do 100% agree with absolutely sprinting it past one tower and diving a second one. It's exceptional work. It is beautiful, beautiful, and I love it. But maybe not this game. You were unkillable.
Oh, they're still gonna go through. Rakan gets knocked up and isn't able to find that grand entrance on 50 cal. TP coming through from THQ. Atacon has now spawned in this bot lane. It's both teams posturing to take a fight here.
Gidewojo saving 50 cal's life there. If the Volibear goes down, this Otacon's over to SepX, and that's a big swing in value over to them. But now they have a chance to fight as long as 50 caliber can heal back up. He's got the ulti, but he doesn't have flash. So if he gets into the back line, that's a one-way trip.
Yeah, one-way trip. A nice block coming through. BR looking for that MVP for performance for game 2. Maybe trying to get something off this one. As Doom just loses more health than I've ever seen from a single Q. That was absolutely disgusting. As Goofy is
50 cal on the run here. He's trying to find Doom, but the Feather Storm is going to go through. 50 cal not able to fight anything. Stormbreaker's out of the fight, but the Chrono Shift's going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Funko Boy Joe is going to take Loco Poco out, who was in their back line. Big knockup from Rakan as he dashes away. Floop's getting a lot of damage on Goofy Boy Joe as well. It is 4v5. The health bars are in favor of FLS at the moment. Zinzao going to be taking a back. They're trying to stall out, but Atacon going to be started here. The reduction in armor and magic resist may convince SepX to go for a fight here. Funky Boy Joe in that bush in bot lane. They don't have vision of it. He's going to find Doom. Cleanse goes through, but the THQ is going to find Doom. Floop's going to be too slow to get away from 50 cal. He does find the kill, though. Catsox finds it, but Goofy Boy Joe over the wall is going to take Victor out. Catsox trying to stay alive. He finds Poppy. It's now a 3v1 as THQ going to find that bomb. Isn't able to get the stun just yet. He dives back in. Dodges the arrow, but it's not going to be enough. It is a 5-for-2 for Faceless.
What started as such a great fight for SepX, they got through the Zillion ulti, they dealt with 50 caliber, diving onto the backline, they managed to, even though they lost Loco Poco, they dealt with the engage, they dropped back, they handled it, but then they tried to pressure the Otacon fight 4v5, and great positioning from Funky Boy Joe, and some great positioning again from Goofy Boy and THBQ. The carries, again, they're on these comfort champions. They're so much happier with the spots that they can play the map from. They have a Volibear who can sprint in front of them and just take the game away. And yeah, he ends up dying in the fight, but Goofy Boy Joe untouched. We've transitioned out of Volibear carry, and now we're in the Varus carry. This guy is 10-1. And like Sater said, these Qs, these piercing arrows are doing ridiculous damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think the most important thing I saw in that fight was they dropped the blue trinket into the bush, which actually stopped Jin Zhao's back because they went to clear it and then spotted the Atacon being taken. So if that blue trinket never went down, there was a free Atacon there for the taking. At least that's what I'm taking from it. That's what I'm going to be looking at. But this Drake is being started up. This is Soul. This is another fight they have to take.
Yeah,
GP is going to come from Mbessa. Catsock's going to go in. Tries to get in on THQ. Meanwhile, Cho'Gath is being charmed by Rakan, but Rakan going to die immediately after a stun from Goofy Boy Joe's. The Chains of Corruption going to go hard. Featherstorm going to fly, but Goofy Boy Joe finds Doom. Giddy Boy Joe going to go down in return, but it doesn't matter when the entire team of Summit is going to fall. It's a 4-for-1. They're going to get Dragon as well, and that's going to be the Mountain Stall over to Faceless Insomnia.
I am kind of in shock that they took that fight from the angle they went for, because as soon as Loco Poco missed the public execution, I would have called this done. It's cooked. Let's just leave. Let's just get out of here, because Mbessa is so key to getting onto that back. Like, your backline, Mbessa needs to be making space for the rest of your team to front to back, because that's what your comp is kind of doing right now. You can't really be playing around with, if they miss, we can keep going. You can't. You cannot get through. You need Mbessa stopping Goofy Boy Joe or THBQ from being in those fights, because once the Zillion ult is in there, 50 cal Taco's not dying. Once Goofy Boy Joe is in there, your backline is getting destroyed by random, just everything's arrows and piercing arrows and arrows thrown over the top. It's like Sparta all over again.
They were truly blotting out the sun with this Varus pick. And it was a valiant attempt from BR, saving the grand entrance, knew that the Poppy W was up, ran through the whole backline. But then the problem is, if you're not using your grand entrance, Poppy just has a perfect lineup into that wall, stuns him down. And like you said, once the Mbessa engage is stuffed, once the Rakan engage is stuffed, what do you have? And this is why I keep harping on it, but this Poppy pick is so huge for FLS. It just denies everything that Sepex can do in the counterpunch. And as long as Poppy is there with the Volibear, with the Varus, there's just nothing that they can do to find a re-engage. Giddy Boy Joe saw the generational performance that we saw from BR in game number 1 and said, all right, bet, I can do that too, and has been putting on a clinic here in game 2.
Yeah, has been having a great time. I am still very happy to see that Zillion is unkilled, untouched, 3-0 and 16.
He's going to end this game with 0 deaths unless he runs into the fountain. I'm calling that now.
15.0 KDA. Like, it's such a good pick. From the start, we just knew that this was going to take over the game. At least some of us did. Some of us high elo players did. Some of us hard stuck emeralds, or not even emerald anymore. I believe he's back in plat. Poor Romeo.
I'm almost in gold, just so you know.
Jesus Christ.
We can see Romeo. The mask is back on, but we can still see the tears. We can still see the tears behind the mask.
I'm trying to upgrade to Seraphs, okay? I'm trying to fully stack it. It's just not going well. Flop's going to be dove on here from 50 cal as the speed up from Zillion stops him from being able to go anyway. 2 time bombs is going to spell the victor pick. Cat sucks. Doom and BR going to return something here. 50 cal going to get that chrono shift, is going to stay alive as Cat sucks tries to run away with that crescent guard. However, Poppy just runs straight into him. It doesn't matter. The Mountain Soul keeping everyone alive. The stuns come through from Doom, but they do find 50 cal. But is that going to be enough to try to keep them from getting Baron? Probably not.
50 cal Berserker literally just says, yes, we've had 1 death, but what about our 2nd death? The Volibear just gets to come back with 2,000 extra health on top of the Mountain Soul stacks, on top of the shielding and healing that comes through from the Chemtech Dragon as well. In the meantime, Funky Boy Joe, I think, has been with his team like once, maybe twice over the course of this game. He's playing side lane Cho'Gath here with the Shirelias and has not given a damn about what's going on the rest of the map. He's level 16. He's super fed Cho'Gath. He doesn't care. FLS are just playing this game out brilliantly.
He only appears for dinner time. That's all he ever does. Comes over, eats a Rakan, then leaves. He just has this hankering for bird constantly. It's just a fried chicken demon, as he just goes over every single time, eats Rakan, then leaves, and just giggles as he walks off. But the thing that surprises me most, and I'm going to have to call this out, and I know like some of the FLS players are going to be angry at me for saying this if they go back and review this, but how is this game not over yet?
Yeah, that is something that we said about FLS before.
Oh, there's going to be Chains of Corruption. BR going to be stunned against that wall. It's going to be another pick from that arrow. And Varus diving in. Catsucks trying to do something here. Crescent guards them all away, but it doesn't matter because he puts 50 cal right onto Flops. Doom going to be able to try to find Poppy, but that chrono shift going to keep them alive once again. And now Funky Boy Joe is here for chomping time. Catsucks. The shutdown goes, but it doesn't matter when 4 members are still alive. And now, realistically, all they have to do is walk down mid and call it a game.
Yeah, this was a complaint that we had about FLS in their previous series. The fact that they had an insane lead in one of their games and they didn't close out cleanly enough. But I think this time they've learned their lesson. They said, hey, we won a fight. Bottom lane wave's there. Bottom lane inhibitor is free for the taking. We could just take the game.
Yeah, they will take game 2, and we will go 1 for 1 in this series, but I don't think we're going to see a game this dominant. Coming up in the next one, both teams do get 10k goal leads in their wins, but we're going to see some closer games coming up very, very soon, as this is Fearless, and a lot of these champions will not be available. But more importantly, Varus, one that is banned so often, is now off of the table, completely removed. So we're going to see a lot of changes coming through. And Romeo, your Jin Zhao kind of sucked.
Thanks for that. That's why I'm repping Jin this series. We're hoping to see a Jin pick, but it's gonna slaughter. There's a reason I put on a Jin cosplay and not a Xin Zhao cosplay, okay? I can feel this coming. I think it is interesting to note though, right? Like, Sepex and Faceless both getting the 10k gold leads on their wins. Two very dominant wins. Both teams opting to take early objective fights in both these games. The winner of that first and second objective fights has been the team that's just stomping the rest of the game. Is that something we think we're going to continue to see, or do we think we're going to see more like cross-map objective tapes stop that early fight? Or do we think it's just going to be caught that this first fight is going to be a big decision maker to who ends up winning the whole thing?
I think for setbacks, they kind of have to start playing the cross map because this is something that Faceless has done so well. Anytime you make a cross map play against them, they're punching right back. They have that counter hit to say, hey, all right, you're diving our top lane or bottom side? Fine, we're taking Grubs. Fine, we're taking Herald. Oh, you're going to make a play on our top side now. Okay, we're going to be taking the Dragon. We're going to be taking Otacon. We're going to make your life miserable when you try and make these diving in side lane plays. If you let Faceless Insomnia make the first play and you look for the counter, you can look for better punishes. And this is how we've seen them lose games. They get over aggressive, they get punished, and then suddenly they're facing down a 4,000 gold deficit, and they don't really know what to do with that. They play like they have a lead anytime they're on the Rift, and sometimes they just don't.
Sometimes they just don't, and that is true. But that is game 2 for us, with Faceless Insomnia taking one back, getting the counter punch in this one, as we're going to see very, very soon whether they're going to choose that red side again. But we will be back in just a couple of moments. Please don't go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back as we prep for draft of Game 3. But we have a very important announcement ceremony to make. Ladies and gentlemen, these are...
Announcement ceremony?
These are... Can we consider... Come back. Come back now.
No, I think he's gone. That's it.
Now, these are your Vanquisher MVPs of the splits.
Okay, right. I'll
These
go
are the
through
award
it.
winners. Congratulations to 50 Caliber Taco for the winning MVP there. I do think we got told by our producer earlier that none of them were in this game, so I think we did just get straight up lied to by our producer. Gaslit, which is, you know, pretty messed up, but we've got THBQ and we've got 50 Cal Taco, the winning duo from last game here, alongside Giddy Boy Joe as well. Some great performances for them, and it's easy to see why they did end up earning the MVP.
Yeah, of course. It is one of the amazing ones. As we do have Blugie Chungus in the top side, 50 Cal Taco in the jungle, THBQ Lila is in the mid lane, Husky Templar coming in with the ADC, one of my favorites, and Giddy Boy Joe. Also on the second pro team, we see Batman from S15, Zohair from SNA. SNA's mid laner also jumping in YouTube, who has been a stellar player. Big shout out to YouTube. That was my vote. NGE, Paxax, and Sepix BR coming in on the second pro all team, and in the third one, Inigo Montoya SV3, which was one of, I believe, Romeo's favorite players.
Inigo Montoya. I love Inigo Montoya.
Yeah, of course you do. Coming through on the third pro all team as well is Catsox for Sepix, Corin, Doom, Arcadius, all incredible players. Just a quick shout out, no one from the Holy Church of Seder made it, because this is all a popularity contest and no one likes me.
Yeah, I don't know how Revnon didn't make any of the lists at all, actually. That man is that's a carry in the bottom lane.
It's one of those things, but like, all of the players here absolutely deserve to be where they are. They're all absolutely incredible players. And there is a couple of outliers that I think that I voted for that didn't make it through, but at the end of the day, every single person here deserves where they are. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. These were the favorites going through. And big shout out to THBQ Layla and 50 Cal Taco for being our MVP and MVP runner-up. And we saw literally in the last game, they've both done pretty well so far. They've been doing numbers here and there. So yeah, incredible Vanquisher 2025 MVP awards going through to these, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do if they ever move up to the next division.
We're always hoping for them to move up. We're always hoping for them to get better, but now we're getting into the draft. It's game number 3. FLS still on the red side, so SepX, after the loss, are opting to stay on blue. Both of these teams happy with their side selection initially and just don't want to swap over at all. You see the fearless draft bans on the bottom of your screen there. My question is anything going to change in the bans now that things like Varus, like the Poppy, like the Zaya Rakan are gone?
Zir has to come through at some point. I'm just saying it now. Also, with Sante being banned, we're already seeing that was an Annie ban before. So Annie could be sneaking through for a priority pick for the side of Sepix. Trundle is
the jungler we haven't seen yet. It's still really good.
He's getting banned every single time on red side. So I'm thinking if they're doing, so this is one of the things we talk about in drafting, is when you're playing poker. You can, let's say that might have this card, but I have these ones. So you trade off something. You say, okay, I'm not going to go for that hand. So they'll take the Annie. And if they don't ban the Wukong here, they get the Wukong. But it depends. Azir, Annie, Wukong would be the best 1, 2, 3 for FLS if they can get that. Because Azir, yes, has high priority, but Azir is really good into it, and then Wukong also to trade off. But no, we're going to see Summit take Wukong. Which means they get the Azir.
Yeah, they either get Azir or Annie, one of the two, which both I think are really good.
I low-key love an Amumu pick into Wukong.
You low-key are not on the CeeLo.
We gotta be nice. We gotta be nice to Romeo. Come on.
I low-key do. I think Amumu is cracked, and every time we see it in Vanquisher, it does really well. I'm just saying.
No, he is right. He is right. It does do really well
here for FLS. So Goofy Boy Joe is going to be on a late game scaling carry. Azir also, while he does well once he gets that first item, Nashor's Tooth, he is someone who likes to go later in the game. Already for FLS, I'm a little worried because we saw how this went in game number 1.
Yeah, I do like this Rumble pick coming through because they have an incredible setup. They can also still take the Annie here, which does set up really, really well for, so they're going to take the Annie here. So they have a perfect team fight now. They just need something to negate team fights. They need something that can say, if we're under pressure and don't have ults, we need to be able to stop these things. And there's a couple of choices
I would
they
have
can
said
go
Galio,
for.
but
The Galio is... So it has to be
Support
going top.
top.
No, it's going to be
Yeah,
Smolder
I mean,
AC, Galio top.
it could technically be support.
Could be
Galio,
support.
especially.
FLS played Lost Ratones. This is still Lost Ratones right here. This is still Galio top. I'm telling you, they are going to take some sort of enchanter bot should be like the biggest thing
Yeah,
here.
I'd love to see a Karma here personally. Just speed up the Azir, speed up the Galio, get them into backline access. Seraphine I think would also be fine. Just that Encore putting in a lot of work. I like that they're banning out the engaged supports because you want to keep Azir and Smolder safe. How do you keep them safe? You stop Thresh, you stop Ralph from getting onto that backline. The big deal for me is picks like Nautilus are still up, but I think, like you said, Setbacks is still looking for a way to stop a team fight from happening, to try and disengage and wait for their cooldowns.
Yeah, you just need something that's a buffer, something that can buy you some. I think both teams actually need a buffer. So like Bard, Seraphine, and
Zyra?
that's jungle, right?
No,
It's either
surely
jungle
we
or
don't pull
support.
up Caillou. Surely it's not
it's
the
jungle or
Caillou
support.
Zyra coming out. Ezreal. Are we getting Ez Karma?
Okay, it's Bard. It's Ezreal Bard. It's Ezreal Bard.
Ezreal Bard or Ezreal Karma, I think, would both be good here. I think Bard is a little bit better because I think Seder, like you said, just that ability to say, hey, we're not fighting yet. Give us a little bit of time. I wouldn't hate it for disengage and also just the map movement, the ability to get around the map and match something like a Galio's mobility. But my question is for FLS, what are you... It has to be, if you're not picking a jungler, if Zyra is going into the jungle, which is, I feel like we're 10 patches ago, they are going to opt for the Seraphine. Okay.
It's perfect. Like you have Galio, you have turbo healing, turbo CC, but the thing is, like, they're playing team fight. Zyra is actually really good here because Zyra says no. It's pretty much the D&D equivalent of Greece. You put down the ult and go, you cannot pass this point. This is Mordor levels of no, this mountain pass is not safe, but it's covered in flowers and angry things. It's really, really good here. The only issue is you are playing into the Bard, which is very good into the Zyra, because if she drops that, you just aim for someone that you want to get afterwards, and you just stand there like menacing dogs waiting at the fence for it to open to go and catch the hare. Like it's... And the hair, sadly, is Smolder this time around because Smolder is
I
getting
can't believe you
bullied.
went for Greeks and not Spike Growth. Zyra is a spiky plant. Spike Growth is spiky
don't
plants.
play that class. I am a paladin.
I don't think
I
Paladins
almost
get access to Greece either.
They do if you try hard enough.
Maybe manual Grease, but I don't know about the spell Grease. But now that we've got the drafts finished out here, is there anything in these comps that is like initially sticking out to us that is like, hey, this is a worrying weak spot in this draft? Because I'm going to be honest, for both these teams, I can't really think of anything except for maybe Ezreal for Setbacks might have been better on like maybe a Kai'Sa or something that can dive in backline with the Wukong, take advantage of some of the CC. But I still think the Ezreal's fine enough. I don't have a complaint about it.
Romeo's
I like
confused.
both these comps. No, I'm not. I'm looking, trying to find a weakness. I like both these comps. I think this is the most even in terms of not having a ton of flaws within the draft that we've seen. And I think, and I'm hoping, it makes for a less shit stomp game.
Yes, that's a good fine worthy comment coming from Romeo. But all fines please go to.
I don't really
Mike
save it for the
Anton.
last game when I'm on play-by-play, but you know.
Yeah, but like I think the thing that I'm seeing more than anything else is we have to have a little buffer time as there is some pauses heading into the game. I think FLS have better answers to Sepex's idea. I think the Zyra, the Azir, and the Galio are very good at negating team fights. I know Azir was picked very early, but they can kind of push them off from these fights. They can buy themselves time. I do think the Bard will go Burr and will have a much bigger impact than expected. But the other thing that is being pointed out by some people in the chat as well is that there's 0 tanks. If no one has tanks, they don't exist.
I mean, Wukong
Galio's close.
Galio is going to get tanky. I doubt we're going to see the like actual AP build. It'll most likely be I know the name of the item. It's the Magic Resist Sunfire item.
Galio.
I know that. He's going to be Galio. He's going to be tanky. I think the only other like equivalent one is Wukong for Cat Socks because you have that armor stack in the passive alongside your building tankier items like Triforce, Black Cleaver, Sundered Sky as well. You're getting tankier in general. Hollow Radiance, thank you to my friend actually who's there in chat. Hi Puka, how you doing?
Is the armor stack really that useful this game in a 4 AP champions though?
Did you see Puka?
Yeah, my friend Puka's in chat. Hi Puka, how you doing?
Like,
The Puka is the name of my dog that passed away a couple of years ago. It means ghost in Irish.
Oh, well, I'm
Like,
sorry
it's
to
a
bring
bad
that up
story. The
for
dog
you.
was old. Like the dog was old. I'm saying Puka means ghost in Irish, and it was a white dog when it was born. So I was like, oh, it's a ghost. That's weird. I'm gonna call you Puka.
the one weakness I see with FLS's comp is that if Goofy Boy Joe is turned into a ghost too many times,
Here we go again.
they just have no AD damage. But
What about
Funky
Funky
Boy right
Joe?
now getting ran down by 3 members of Setback isn't gonna have to use Flash though, so it's not that big of a deal.
It did start the Justice Punch, which is going to mean a lot weaker of the early game in the laning phase. Normally, you get that E at level 3, especially into a melee champion like Rumble, because you just want to play as far away from him as possible. He's Rumble. He's going to burn you. It's going to feel bad. But thankfully, you're Galio. You're the magic resist stacking tank. That hasn't changed even since his rework. So I think Funky Boy Joe, as soon as he gets that Hollow Radiance, maybe if he even gets the Force of Nature tech, which I've talked about a couple of times here, it's better into Rumble than the Mechanic Rookern is straight up just as like magic resist items into him. Maybe if we see that Force of Nature second, it could be very, very good. As we're gonna have the freeze here, which is just the pause catching up. I hope I'm hearing from our producer that we're coming back to us actually, so hopefully nothing's broken.
Well, that's
You've
the
caught
usual
me
pause
sitting
break
down.
that comes true when there's a pause in the game producer. So when they pause, it actually goes to the actual time.
Yeah, apparently that was already waited out. So we do have potential issues happening. It wouldn't be a Titan stream if there wasn't some kind of scuff going on. So you know what? Honestly, this is just expected. We get to have a podcast now while we wait for everything to finish up.
Did you actually paint one of your eyes?
Yes, because he's under his mask. There's a blind eye. Like
We've never seen under the mask. I just think you want
no,
to
no,
do
but
my
you
see his eyes through the mask, Sader.
Yep, and Jin only has one eye. He is blind in his right eye.
I can't see either of your eyes if I'm being fair through that mask. Sader's looking at the splash art right now just to confirm.
I will say, what is cool is this was a handmade mask. It's made out of cardboard.
Compiled information about the champion with sources. Jin is not injured. His face isn't burned. Does not have scars. He has 2 eyes and isn't blind.
Well, then why does he paint his eye black?
The mask might just have one eye covered for, that artistic dissymmetry. I hear we are getting back in the game pretty soon. We're going to time skip a little bit. I heard about 1:15. We're jumping back into game. We'll talk about Jin's lore another time if there's a longer pause, perhaps. But already we saw the Galio getting pressured out early on. He didn't burn any potions and he didn't lose the flash, which I think is a big deal. But again, that E-start is going to make life a little bit more difficult for him in the early game.
We love a good Justice start. We love it.
Just the punch is wonderful. I'm just looking over, making sure no summoners haven't burned, nothing mad has been happening. But I think the biggest question we're going to have in this game is the Azir versus the Annie idea, as FLS are slightly winning out in the draft. It's a very, very close one, as we kind of said before, and Romeo kind of pointed out that it is very, very close draft in his estimations. I think Zyra is probably skewing it a little bit, as it is a little bit of a strange champ coming in, and that's probably the biggest difference. But overall, I think I'm favoring FLS, not because of the favorites kind of going into it. I just think they have better answers to this one. But mid lane is my biggest concern for both sides. Azir and Annie will be the biggest difference makers when it comes to those later game fights. So whichever one of them pops off earlier could spell the disaster for the other side. So my eyes are firmly on mid. What about you, Birdie? Where are you looking?
I'm honestly looking at the jungles here. I think Wukong and Zyra both have the ability to hard carry a game, as Doom is going to take a lot of damage there on the bottom side. But
I think flashed.
Wukong can absolutely run a game over if he gets a lead in the early. Nice little trade here from BR, though.
Goofy down to a little, about an 1/8 of his HP, is going to take a back here. Could lose some minions into the turret. His back is stopped. It looks like they're going to farm that up. No recall is going to be taken just yet.
Yeah, so apparently we're both wrong. It's actually the bottom lane that matters the most here. Both of these bottom lanes are just hitting each other in the face on repeat. But I do think the junglers are going to be a big deal because for FLS, 50 caliber Taco has been a big carry player for them in general. And he's a player that they often lean back on when times get harder for themselves as a team. They play these carry-oriented junglers. They say, hey, we're going to put you on the trumpet. We're going to put you on the volley bear. But now we've got to dive in the bottom, potentially.
BR gonna be taking tower shots before either of his teammates are able to walk in with the level up on Goofy Boy Joe. It looks like we're just gonna be getting some backs coming through.
They goofed it. They goofed the dive. They can't go for it now because BR and Doom are too low. They don't have enough mana. And even if Catsox gets in there and does the work, they just can't do enough.
Yeah, Ezreal, one of those champions you don't really want to be diving with if they don't have mana. Their auto attacks aren't exactly known for damage, especially with that Conqueror rune coming through.
From Giddy. No death's going to come in that bot lane, but Zyra going to be able to start her second clear a lot quicker than Catsox.
Yeah, this is a big deal for the Zyra because when she was picked and when she was much more popular, her whole thing was that quick clear speed. You get through the jungle so quickly and so healthily thanks to those plants. And Wukong, no slouch in the jungle either. Again, that armor passive and the extra health regen coming from it as well. He's going to allow him to clear through pretty safely, just not as fast. And while Wukong might have a little bit better gank setup once he's level 6, Zyra's no slouch. She'll be able to fight you. She's got the electrocute. 50 caliber Taco, again, a player they rely on as a carry. And one who is happy to throw hands.
Except Zyra decided to walk into the enemy jungle and stop Bard's back rather than clearing. Now we're getting counter invades. Meanwhile, top side, we are going to get the charm coming out from Funky Boy Joe, but the overheat does so much damage. Both of them down to some last ticks of health. We could be seeing a kill coming up top here shortly. Justice punch forward, forced to flash. Loco Poco able to get out of there alive and clear the way.
Ult available, Rumble.
Level 6, Loco.
Drop the beat.
Are we going to see the equalizer?
Wait, Goofy Boy's up here?
Joe is at top. The equalizer goes through, and the first blood goes to Rumble. Goofy here now with Giddy Boy on Catsox. Catsox going to be trying to flash away. Clone comes forward. Can he get far enough? He is running for his life.
Flash.
There's the
flash
forward. The dodge through Catsox, but it lands on Loco. Loco force. They use the shield. They're both going to go down. It's a double kill for Smolder. Holy crap.
Stacks for the baby dragon. 2 kills to the Smolder in the early game. Yeah, you lost Funky Boy Joe thanks to that equalizer. But if you're FLS, you don't care about any of that. Goofy Boy Joe getting 2 kills in the early game is going to accelerate the pace of this game. That was a great rotate from FLS, bringing the bottom lane up to the top side, punishing the dive attempt by Catsox and Loco Poco. And again, Funky Boy Joe goes down. That feels bad. He still hasn't lost Flash. He uses the teleport to get bottom lane, so he'll be able to pick up XP. And you get 2 kills on your Smolder. This is the best possible outcome for FLS outside of Funky Boy Joe dying. Everything else was perfect.
Is that as impactful as Volibear getting a first blood off an invade? Is that just as big?
More so.
I don't think so.
I'd argue to the death more so. Smolder is a scaling champion. He's going to take forever to get online, but with 2 extra kills, he's going to be so far ahead.
He will be, but they're both these scaling picks, and Ezreal does have that ability to scale just a little bit quicker, because his items are a little bit cheaper, and he's just going to get to those levels faster. Well, Smolder still needs that 3rd item to really unlock and needs to get 225 stacks, so we'll be keeping an eye on those stacks as the game goes on. But I think the most important thing is they did manage to pick up the Drake here, Sepix, so they're starting themselves off pretty nicely as 50 cal Taco is working towards this top side. Grubs is a lot more important for Zyra. It's a camp that's a lot easier for them to take as well, as they do have the power to split the aggro between plants. So let's see how quickly they'll be able to take this one, as Loco Poco is now forced off of the tower. So not matching the TPs and the lane swaps fast enough gives Funky Boy Joe plenty of time to catch up and get a small CS lead, while Rumble is going to have a TP down to that bot side now, going to miss a lot of time and waves and XP. Same with the Ezreal and the Bard. So FLS moving the map better. We've seen it so much.
It looks like Loco Poco wants to save the teleport for a potential grub play, as 50 caliber Taco wants this blue up, but I don't know if this is a good idea.
50 cal walking in. Here's going to come flops around the side. Azir coming as well. 4v4 for the blue buff. It is smited away by 50 cal Taco. He wins the blue buff battle.
Level difference. Just pure level difference. There's a level 6 on the Seraphine and on the Zyra here, while there's a level 5 on Catsox. They have all the pressure they want. There it is.
Just keep walking forward. Life is just so difficult for the members of SEPX right now. That early rotate and the early pressure, and the fact that FLS are first to the punch on every rotate. SEPX on the back foot, but they've played from the back foot before. They've played counter punch before. I can see them winning a game like this, but they have to start responding a little bit snappier, a little bit quicker, a little bit more, I think almost preemptive. They have to expect these rotates and these map plays that FLS are going for.
Yeah, they do have to expect it. And that's a hard thing to do, as it's the foresight. That's something they need to be able to call for. And maybe we have to go back to the Ryzini. Not having the Ryzini here might be the difference. Floops might not have the same communication, the same synergies, the same ideas going forward. And that could be affecting the team in the long run. But Floops has been playing pretty well so far. kind of coming down to those jungle and ADC diffs at the moment, as Goofy Boy Joe now having a decent trade here with Doom and is not opting into it. Is still scared even with those kill advantages.
Yeah, that's real Sheen Power Spike. Just so good for him in the early game. Those Mystic shots really starting to actually provide damage. And I think the other thing about Ezreal is, yeah, his items are cheaper in the early game, but you're also stuck on tier for such an amount of time while you wait for that Triforce to finish, and then you wait for your Mana Mew to stack. Smolder, if he goes either Essence Reaver or Shojin, those are items that are online instantly, as we've got a heavy trade here.
He's going to come through, but Azir on the rotate. There it goes. Azir going to use that Emperor's Divine to make sure that Doom goes down, and the feats of warfare are going to be claimed by Faceless Insomnia.
Yeah,
stun
just
going
again,
on to BR as well. BR's in shop. BR's in shop. BR, get out of shop.
when the
Where's
shopping
the
flash.
flash?
BR is going to be losing that flash. Unfortunate for him. But again, this is just good rotations by FLS. They're playing the map better. THBQ has the first rotate on Floops, who doesn't have the teleport, doesn't have the same mobility that Azir does, and is just, they're again, second to the punch, second to the party. And showing up fashionably late sometimes is fine, but if it keeps happening again and again, FLS are just going to start screaming ahead.
Screaming ahead, and they've got their first feat completed now. They've got those kills, all 3 are done. They've got the grubs. Drake will be the next objective coming up, so they'll have to keep an eye on that one in the next minute, which means we might see, as we see everyone recalling, they're swapping back. They're moving back around the map to make sure they're staying on the right side of these objectives, and a lot of great work coming in from FLS, and it is being matched right now as the Ezreal has back, and they've called this one correctly, so they're going to go back to default lanes. But with the second feat coming up, but they need to get another Drake and that Rift Herald coming up, so we're going to see a lot more swaps coming through, as the mid lane still very quiet.
I just want to look at the item difference in the bottom lane, the CS difference, the gold difference down there. Ezreal's got his Sheen and a couple of extra swords in his pocket, whereas Smolder's pulling out the full Essence Reaver already this early on into the game. It's 11 minutes. He's got his first item completed. He's halfway finished with a cull. This Smolder is so damn accelerated. This THBQ now in trouble.
It's going to jump on. There's going to be the Cyclone, but Azir going to be able to just dash away under tower.
Flash away.
Flashed and dashed. He got the heck out of dodge, and Excalibur wants something with Doom here, but I don't think the no wave dive on the Ezreal, but they're getting teleported on. This could be bad for FLS.
Here it comes. Floop's going to flash forward. Doesn't find the stun just yet. 50 cal and Giddy Boy running into the alcove. Meanwhile, there's going to be Equalizer. Catsocks and Floop's taking a ton of damage, but the double stun goes out on that bot lane. There goes all 3 of them, all right into Loco's pocket. And Joe on the late TP here is going to inevitably go down. It's a quadra kill for Loco Poco.
Crazy. We'll just come down, breathe, everyone get rid of that little bit of adrenaline that everyone just got from that crazy fight. Okay, so let's break it down. Loco decided to absolutely smurf for absolutely no reason and decides to step in, kill everyone, and then just continue to take waves. But I think one of the important things is the TP, that deep ward flank, set themselves up perfectly, and although they were good at negating the kind of first phase of that, they did manage to get the Zyra ult down by themselves sometime. A great stun coming in from the Seraphine, but there was no ult from the Seraphine. If that was layered on top of that, there might have been a chance for some sort of return, but it wasn't there. Rumble just completely melts everyone, and that is a massive swing for them. A 5-1 Rumble now will be able to deal with that magic tank that we see with the Galio. So things have kind of shifted very quickly in Setbex's favor.
Yeah, that was a great call and response from them to immediately get onto that bottom lane. That TB flank you called out, fantastic for Loco Poco. And I want to say, when we saw the Zyra ulti land on top of that Seraphine root, I thought that fight was over. I thought FLS had it, but now Floop's maybe in trouble.
Trying to dive in. Floop's able to stun him and get away as 50 cal wait under the turret. Enough damage goes through, and 50 cal Taco going to be able to find Floop's. I thought he was going to get away there, but the damage a Zyra jungle can do.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. But again, that great TP flank from Loco Poco in the bottom lane. I saw the combo from FLS there. I thought they had the fight. I thought that one was done and dusted. But like you said, no Seraphine ultimate. They don't have as much damage follow-up as Sepex does. And once the Rumble got to cooking, he didn't stop. He's a dad grilling on a barbecue on a Sunday. He was just making burgers out of FLS.
Absolutely cooking, as we see now the aggression going through from the Rumble. It isn't doing as much damage as I would have expected. It's still a very tanky Galio, but the biggest thing to come from that, I think, for the next phase is that Rumble is just going to be big.
Equalizer
Was
gonna
there-
go through. He's not committing to that tower dive. Meanwhile, bot side, big fights happening. We do see Zyra gonna hexgate back to her jungle after stealing, I believe, the red buff from Wukong.
Smolder stacks is my biggest question right now because 1, 2, 5 on the farm.
Monkey Boy Joe the
Oh,
flash.
flash in.
There's gonna be Loco Poco is gonna find the Galio,
110.
and it's a 6th kill for Rumble.
So that means next fight that Smolder is in more than likely will unlock that set.
Oh, there's gonna be a Cyclone and 50 cal Taco. 50 cal gonna go down. Mom isn't gonna be
Ooh.
able to do anything about it. Crying to mother does not help Goofy Boy Joe right now.
50 cal Taco down, Funky Boy down. There's no objectives to play for, so it's not like they're losing very much. Herald's still up soon, but they're all on the bottom side of the map. Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes. They want to just play for kills, and they're looking for the dive.
Here comes Floops. There's going to be the stun. Misses, but the Fates Unsealed is going to stop that turret. Goofy Boy Joe, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to cry, as Ezreal is going to find the kill. Giddy Boy Joe trying to stay under the tower, stay alive as long as possible. Here comes Papa Joe, as that Galio coming as the hero is able to keep him alive for now, but Cattalk's going to dive under that turret. Is he being a bit
Smoke Queen?
overzealous? He is able to clone away. Doom going to be able to find Giddy Boy Joe, but does go down to Galio. Galio now stunned under the turret. It's another kill,
Oh.
but it's going to be an execute as nobody has gotten any damage on Floofs. Funky Boy Joe able to survive under the turret. Azier coming in. Can he find anything? Can he clean up anything? It doesn't look like the cleanup crew came quick enough.
Aggression here from Setbacks again, trying to punish mistakes, trying to counterpunch. I don't know how I feel about going for that dive. They do end up getting the Smolder and they end up shutting him down, but Seraphine lives for way longer than you expected to because of that double W. Galio is incredibly tanky. He bought so much time with the ultimate as well, just making sure Smolder took as much time to die as possible. So they managed to get some kind of turnaround there. I think it's still technically Setbacks favored, but they did end up losing the turret mid, which means I believe, yeah, Feats of Warfare over to FLS. Those are completed now. And they're going to get those upgraded boots, and we'll have to see how much influence that actually has as the game goes on.
Okay, so we're getting flamed by production for saying Azier. It's Azier. Who said Azier? Who's getting called out for that one?
I think that was Romeo.
Again. Romeo again with his.
I'm talking a mile
This
a minute.
is just the Flame
and
Romeo
we're getting
cast, I guess.
upset at
Romeo,
my
I'm so sorry.
pronunciation of Azier. I am Canadian.
That's not a
Azier.
disability. Like you can still speak like a human. Like it's
Lord.
like
I'm sitting here all proud of like how quickly I was talking there just to get flamed by my producer.
deserved.
It was a great call. I'll give you that. I'm sorry that this has turned into the Bully Romeo cast. Look, I'm standing up for play-by-play casters' rights. Romeo does not deserve all this. He's putting in the work in
Thank you,
games like
Brady.
this that are so chaotic and so fight-heavy.
Also,
My
I'm just gonna put it
hero.
out there before I get flamed. I do really like Canada. It's actually a wonderful country.
It is, absolutely. It's a gorgeous
I
country.
don't mean anything by that. Please don't kill me. Like, yeah, as we jump back into the game, 50 cal Taco is where my eyes are firmly rooted for this next one as we're coming up towards objective times. That like the Drake is just about to appear. It says Infernal. It is not. It is Hex Tech as we see the gates on the map. The Rift Herald is also available, and with feats already completed by FLS by getting tower and kills.
flash in!
Forward Floops is gonna find the stun on 50 cal. There comes Tibbers. Fates Unsealed is gonna stun them up. Catsox going to that bush is gonna find the kill with the crushing blow. There's the flash forward. The Cyclone. He is doing all the work right now with his team following up. Galio gonna come in with the heroic entrance. Is that gonna be enough? Loco Poco is gonna go down. The shutdown's gonna go over to Azir.
TH?
Now Wukong gonna go down as well. It's a double kill for Azir.
How much more does he have? THBQ. He wants to go back in here, but they just don't have the angle. They don't have the re-engage. The straight gut punch that Setbacks has with that flash engage off of Floops is killer, and FLS are struggling to find any way to respond.
Yeah, they're struggling right
Oh,
now
the
to deal with
TP
the
coming
aggression.
through. There's going to be an immediate Emperor's Divide, which kills the Annie. It kills the part. It's another double kill on Azir. Doom trying to
The
run
unofficial
away,
penta?
but he can't get too far. There's going to be the triple kill, and like Brittany has said, an unofficial penta for THQ.
The triple-double
or
from
THQ?
THBQ.
I call it THQ. It's the 3 capital letters.
It's Layla though. It's Layla. If you're going by all capitals, THBQL or THQL.
Well, Lila is what he's doing. THBQ is fighting out here, 5-0 now on the Azir. We've seen these massive swings from both of these teams back and forth, brutalizing each other in these team fights. And THBQ showing up big on the Azir. We saw them break through Funky Boy Joe. We saw them absolutely delete 50 caliber Taco off the map thanks to that Tempered Fate from BR as well, just not allowing him to play the video game. But THBQ not giving up on the fight, not giving up on the opportunity, looking back for a re-engage, teleporting into the play.
Can
making
Zyra
life
find the
difficult.
stun on Loco Poco? There's going to be a lot of damage to the flash through. He's going to stop it. The roots does come through. There's going to be the encore. Justice punch to the skull. As
Do they have the
Loco
damage?
trying to use the equalizer. Is he
No
going to be
shot.
able to get away? Can he find the return kill? And Galio, he does. He gets away.
Oh.
The burn is going to find him. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Wow.
I thought he might have been out there.
No. You never escape from that. You're not allowed to escape from that. It's a criminal at that stage to escape from that. You can't 3-man dive and escape. Like it's not allowed. But Rumble does go down. Does get the trade back on the Funky Boy Joe, which is also criminal activity coming through. We're getting very close to mafia levels of criminal activity. But they will take the Rift Herald. They will set themselves up to maybe break some tier 2s here. So FLS, they have been struggling, but it's more important they have gold leads. They're still getting objectives. They're still in this game, and they're starting to stack those hex techs. And if you keep looking more and they get 4 hex techs and they get that soul, that could very well spell disaster for Sepix, who have been doing so well in this early game.
Yeah, I would also want to point out, we didn't get to see it on the screen there, but Otacon did go down. Sepex did grab that one while the topside play was happening. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Cross-map plays against FLS. You make their lives difficult. Anytime they want to overload on a side lane and they want to make the aggressive play, find the weak spot, make something else happen on the other side of the map. They overload on top lane. Not only does Loco Poco manage to get a 1-for-1 in that dive, but they also managed to get the Otacon off of it. And yeah, you lose Rift Herald, but at this point in the game, how much value is Rift Herald really getting you? First turret has already gone down. The dragons are evened out, so it's not like it's going to get you a soul. It might get you a soul point, but it might stop, I guess, Sepex from getting soul point. But now, again, the aggression on Loco Poco, but they just don't have enough to actually get on top of him. Their engage is Zyra or Seraphine.
I love those two. That's absolutely wonderful. Both of them are supports. I love that. No, I genuinely think that Rift Herald is going to break open a portion of the game, like one team fight win, and that could be a straight inhib. We could see that used to a very, very high level, or it could be completely wasted, and we're just kind of waiting to see how they're going to use that. But yeah, this mid lane, Azir is a very, very strong powerhouse right now, and with the unofficial pentas and even some of the slides I've seen have been so beautiful in their micro that it just looks incredible. It's like they truly are piloting the champion. It's just, I am still worried that Annie's such a simple champion. Same with like a Mumu previously to Romeo, saying simple and executable works better than high skill at medium range. Sometimes you just got to hit him with the easy stuff and just win, which doesn't explain why Romeo's still in platinum. But regardless of that, I can't stop flaming Romeo. It just like it's just
not even for the last one of the year.
I took a break from League because I kept getting 10 death teammates and was losing my mind.
Well, now you might not get the 10 death teammates, but you are getting the 10 flame satyrs who are just coming after you on a repeat.
Yeah, has to be done.
Satyr really using the rest of this season in Vanquisher to use as much time as he has to flame me.
It's the thing that he takes the most joy in. Don't worry. I was also when
look
back when I was his casting partner, he did the same thing to me. I understand. I'm there with you.
I feel like I'm getting called out for a bully right now. Well, my actual favorite thing is drafts. I do love drafts.
He does love talking about drafts.
His favorite thing is draft. His second favorite thing is flame. His third favorite thing is being Irish, probably.
I do love being Irish. It's so great not being American.
I mean, you could have been a little bit more bigoted and said drinking, but I'm glad that you went with just being plain Irish. That's good. That's better.
I'm half Irish, so I feel like I can't just start dissing.
Anyway, back to the game here. We got a dragon set up. Hextech Dragon's up in 7 seconds here, and FLS have the river advantage. They've got the Scuttle Crab, but it's not going to stick around forever. So they're trying to hold on to this river advantage as long as they can.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
the Herald summon. I think the time ran out. It is going to be going to that bot lane while the fight's taking place in mid. Could try to find some towers during a big team fight that we're looking to see happen here.
Sidestep out on that True Shot Barrage, so Setbacks I think might just say, hey, we're gonna just give this dragon. We don't have the angles. They've got control of the river and we can't find a pick, so we're just gonna give out the Drake.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to move towards that bot side for the Rift Herald, though, because we see this Rumble's going to be able to take that one for free. They still have mid prio here, so I kind of want to see them force that Rift Herald in. But there also is that Bard effect of, like, Bard can just ult the tower, make sure it doesn't crash. So we can see Bard sitting back right now, and that's exactly what they're planning on doing.
Yep, here comes
the big crash. Oh, the
Denied!
Fate's Unsealed! The Fate's Unsealed makes the Herald useless!
Romeo, I don't want to call you out, but it is called Tempered Fate.
Yeah, no, you're right. Who is Fate's Unsealed? Is that Yone?
The Fate Sealed is Yone, yeah.
Yep, great.
I didn't want to call you out on broadcast.
No,
Two people said Yone differently there in my ear, and I got really enraged all of a sudden. I heard the Juicer say Yone, and then you say Yone, and I was like, both of you are wrong. It's Yone.
Yeah, no, Yone's a great champion.
I'm gonna say Yone forever.
It's bullshit. We don't want to see that.
It's like how it's Xin Xiao.
There's number
not
two!
Xin Zhao.
I hate that. Like, Yasuo was already...
Flukes!
No! But he misses the stun! He misses the stun! And a play that might haunt him if they lose this game. He misses the stun!
Both Satyr and I have our heads in our hands. Giddy Boy Joe had no idea they were there. Not even a sweeper, not a ward, nothing. He gets the ward down. I think Floops just didn't expect him to keep walking forward, so he ends up missing the stun. Giddy Boy Joe gets out. He loses his flash, but if you get the kill on Seraphine there, you can take Bayer, and that is such a huge loss.
That is one of those moments where you don't even know what to say. It's a proper Palafox moment. You're just going to get flamed by casters for that one. That's just what's going to happen.
Not straight.
That was my favorite story of the week, not gonna lie. But as we do return back to the game and get out of Wonderland, we do see actually a Hex Drinker being picked up by the Wukong, so they're getting a little bit more worried now about that AP source damage, which is coming from 4 people. And the game's tempo has slowed quite a bit. It is getting very, very quiet now, which means the next big team fight is going to be an ace for one of the 2 teams. So let's see what the plan is from this point on, as Goofy Boy Joe still attempting to get those stacks up to that 225. Not too sure if they've hit it just yet. No, they haven't hit it yet. Oh no, there is a slight tick there. No, there it is there. They do have the stacks. They're ready to burn.
Yeah. He's burning. 27 minutes. It's a little later than you'd hope for your Smolder. I think especially with how accelerated his early game was, but that third item is nearly on the way. He's at 257 right now. That third item is nearly there. Once he gets the rapid fire cannon, he'll be a lot safer. My only worry is I don't like sticking the Shojin into the crit build. I prefer just going straight for the IE because your Q can take advantage of the critical damage amplifier from Infinity Edge. They made that buff, so crit Smolder would be better. I don't like sticking the Shojin into that. I like having BT if you're going to have a non-crit item in that build, but that's a minor thing for me.
Minor thing. It's one of the small things we don't have to talk about too much, as we are going to talk more about the fact that BR is just getting poked out by these Smolder's Qs, but...
Loco.
Azir looking for an angle here. Cat Sucks is there to deny it. Loco Poco, though. There's the Emperor's Divide on Loco Poco, and Loco Poco
what an angle!
Immediately going to go down. The Tempered Fates is going to stop much more of a follow-up, but they are currently down their strongest member on Summit.
I'm looking at that Tempered Fate and I was like, that was a really good chance for Wukong and Annie to maybe go for something, but also seeing that Annie missed that last ult made me go, maybe just step away from it, maybe just in case. I'm expecting like a backwards Annie ult at some stage now. It's just in the back of my mind, but Baron is being started. They know this is happening. There's a blue ward in the back. They are hopefully dragging people in for this one because that Lyra ult is so effective in these areas.
There's a Justice Punch, and Spawn gonna go on Doom. Doom gonna be able to Cyclone in the back of 4 of them, but Zyra and Smolder doing so much damage. Cat Sucks is immediately gonna fall alongside his mid laner. The Baron is reset, but now just Doom and BR and a lot of strong health bars on Faceless Insomnia. They're trying to get that poke out.
Oh, 50
They
cal.
are able to get a lot of damage on 50 cal Taco. Funky Boy Joe also looking very damaged. Here comes Loco Poco. He's back in time. The equalizer going to go on Goofy Boy Joe. Mom is going to be called, but the shutdown goes through and he gets them off Baron. He's still continuing. There's going to be the taunt from Funky Boy Joe. The Justice Punch goes in. THB going to kill Rumble. He's going to kill Ezreal, and BR are going to be the last survivor.
There were moments that looked so good for SepX there. Floops had the angle as I think Giddy Boy Joe is just going to die
The
here.
Polo Combat. BR doing so much damage, an unreasonable amount of damage for a Bard, but he is just going to get stunned up and immediately fall to give an unofficial ace to FLS.
What do you mean by an unknown amount of damage from a Bard? Have you played against a Bard recently?
Yeah, have you played against a Bard recently? That champ does ridiculous amounts of damage. It's frustrating.
I'm in Platinum. Who's locking in Bard in Platinum?
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. We've got the teleport in. The Hextech Dragons have started up. I want to get a chance to talk about this fight, but these teams are just not going to let us. They had moments there for setbacks that looked so good to start that fight. Floops and Capsocks got into the back line. They got their combo off. They did the damage, but they just don't have enough behind them. So FLS, with the power of Seraphine, just giving them another health bar throughout the course of the fight, got through it. And then Loco Poco comes back and suddenly it looks good for setbacks again. But then he throws the equalizer solo onto the Smolder. And he gets the kill on Smolder. That's fantastic. But there's 4 members with shredded MR sitting in the Baron pit that are just waiting for that equalizer to drop on them. And it never does.
And they're in a straight line, too.
Yes!
They were standing in a straight line.
Yeah, it is one of those ones that they're going to bring up in reviews for sure, that they should have went for that one after especially Loco previously getting quadra kills. Like, it is something that's going to be in their mind, but I do have to point out the fact that Smolder is terrifying for a Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
It is one of those champions that just absolutely eviscerates you. But yeah,
that would have terrifying for everybody.
But if they'd got the Rumble ult onto the rest of them, there's a very, very high chance that, yes, they'll get the kills. They'll continue at the Baron themselves. Smolder will just pop over the wall, kill 2 of them with 1 Q, and take Baron themselves. It's like a catch-22. It's like the Smolder does more, but there's 3 of them, and I like kills. It is a really tough situation, and I wouldn't like to say Loco made a mistake, but I feel like it's going to be very split across a lot of people. I like the idea of melting the Smolder. I like the idea of just melting the Smolder. I don't care. Kill him.
I think you just don't like Smolder, though.
I feel like the other thing, though, is with the way that play went, with them still dying, at least he gets more gold from killing 4 of them than just the Smolder.
Well, I think that also is a matter of what the team decides to do. Like, yeah, the Smolder dies, but you're also dealing with 4 members alongside that Fed Azir and THBQ. If you kill the Smolder and then back off because you think they don't have Baron pressure, or you sit back and wait for them to start the Baron again so you can poke them down, maybe that's the call. Or if you dive in onto the backline, you throw the equalizer onto those 3 members, then maybe you back off the plane and say, hey, they don't have Baron threat. We've taken it off of them. We can just walk away. I think the issue with that play is less on where the Rumble ulti went, but what they did with it after the fact.
I think the most important thing now for this game, for Sepix to win, is for Doom to download Duolingo and learn Mandarin. That's the winning formula.
I mean, you have Ezreal and Rumble on your team. You got to speak a lot of non-English.
Yeah, exactly. We just need to see Doom just absolutely pop off in these next fights. Has the Trinity, has the Muramana. It's starting to get towards that Shojin. Obviously, we're seeing that good Goofy Boy Joe is just so much further in the lead, giving so much more resources over to that Smolder in these kind of like side lanes and letting them pick up Raptor camps here and there. So Doom still needs a little bit more time as they throw a Q into Galio, and Galio giggles as it does not care. But we do want to see more from that Ezreal in the next couple of fights, as we do see the fight for control going heavily in favor of Sepix.
At this point in the game, Galio doesn't afraid of anything. He can kind of just walk forward, and as long as Rumble isn't able to full combo him with Equalizer, I'm not really sure how he dies.
How does he die? Looking across the board, I'm going to say Bard. Bard will do all the damage. Don't you worry.
Ah, yeah, the electrocute Bard will one-shot him, of course, with all his non-magic damage?
With all his doot-doots. Don't worry about it. No, genuinely.
Don't think about it too much.
It's a case where Galio is just not going to die unless everything else is already dead around him. It has to be a full 5-man focus, because it is just a very, very tanky boy.
Out here. Just stick it on the Smolder and say, hey, you're not going to kill my carry.
And that's the jungler's job.
And Zyra, look, if Zyra buys a Night Scout here, that is criminal.
No, it's fine. Who cares? Protect Smolder. But no, it is one of those cases where yes, it would work, but the Abyssal Mask already there. The Rift Maker keeps themselves alive. They have a lot of utility already. I think Smolder should be positioned well.
It's a huge load, and Floops dies in the blink of an eye.
Everything was going fine, and then it wasn't. They're looking towards the Baron, but that Drake is also spawning in the next minute, and maybe they just want to try pick off more at the 50 gold taco. You're a Zyra. Do it all. Just take it all. It's fine.
They're trying to just force the issue here and force SepX into coming and stopping them on the Baron. But I think for SepX, you just turn around and say, "Hey, Dragon's up." Well, it's 40 seconds. They take the Baron and take the Dragon if you play it like this. And yeah, I think SepX caught lacking here a little bit.
Yeah, no poke damage coming out. No attempt really to even stall out the Baron. They will have that river pressure with Rumble coming from that bot lane. But they're still down a member. They can't really take much of a fight until that Annie is back with them in that river. As we're seeing 4 members of FLS walk in. Smolder coming back from base, has another item and some magic.
So now the question becomes not how does Galio die, how does Smolder die in a game like this? Because he's got the rapid fire cannon, he's got the Infinity Edge now, so he's going to chunk you for half your health when he does press Q on you. And he's got the magic resist now in inventory, so it's really hard to actually knock him down, not even counting for the Seraphine, the Galio in front of him, the Azir that's also pumping numbers.
He's going to get rooted. Here comes Mom. He's going to dash in. The Cyclone goes through, but he's down to 1 HP. He is going to go down to Goofy Boy Joe as the cleanse comes through. Loco Poco running back. Doom trying to find anything, but he has Goofy Boy Joe on him. Nowhere to go, and Goofy Boy's going to pick him off up top. It is now Loco Poco against the world if he wants to try to stop that Hextech Dragon, but it doesn't seem like there's anything he can do, and that means 4 Hextech Dragons, and Soul gonna go over to Faceless Insomnia. Meanwhile, Loco's just waiting to die. He's gonna try to find the return kill, but no.
So the question still remains, how does Smolder die in this game for SepX? Now that he has the magic resistance, I'm assuming he's going to get like either a Canic Rookert or a Force of Nature in his inventory. With the Seraphine behind him, with the Redemption and the Moonstone, with the Galio in front of him, with the Azir right next to him, also pumping numbers and providing a ton of utility with that Stand Aside, or with the Emperor's Divide. Stand Aside is Draven. How does Smolder die? Because I think at this point he just doesn't.
See, I think one of the things we have to remember that Smolder is an adolescent. Smolder is a child. And nothing is more effective than a small toy bear to a child. You throw a small toy bear at a child and they are neutralized. So just throw Tibbers at it as hard as you can. And if it doesn't get distracted and fall, game's over. Don't worry about it. Let's go next.
The issue is if Floops had hit Tibbers earlier, they wouldn't be in this mess.
They might not have been. The branching path. There's Tibbers!
He's dropped the Tibbers, but not enough damage and no follow-up.
Go next. Don't worry about it. Go next.
I think part of the problem there is they didn't have any extra follow-up. It was a great angle from Floops. I like the idea there, but if you have either even BR or Loco Poco there,
it's going to be a big tempered fate, but Mom going to come through. Doom taking a ton of damage. Justice Punch going to go through, but the stun goes on Funky Boy Joe. Wukong going to die to the Smolder while chilling in the back line, letting his team get away. They're now under that T2. The Baron minions are crashing. Goodbye, Loco Poco. Doom is trying to survive the burn damage right now. There's going to be the inhibitor. Their Baron buffs fall off, but the towers are getting destroyed. There goes Nexus Turret 1. Nexus Turret 2 beginning to get pieced up here. And with all of that, it looks like it's finally going to be time for that Emperor's Divide to kill Floops once more. And for Faceless Insomnia, as soon as they're done stat padding, to take Game 2 in this final series.
Yeah, we'll have a few more minutes here while they have some fun. But that will be Game 2 heading to Faceless here, as we are going to see the Nexus explode. And we're going to see it wasn't as clean as Game 2 from Faceless. I think that's the most important thing as we're heading into Game 3 here, is that Faceless are... They're good, they're strong, and they've been doing it really well, but that looked weaker than it did before. We saw Sepix play a little bit more aggressive, play a little more into them, and now that they've got that 2-1, are we going to see them like kind of fall back a little bit more and Sepix get that early game to perfection and actually take over a game? Or is this just going to be the end as we never see Faceless Insomnia lose 2 games in a row in a series?
We have not seen them lose 2 games in a row, I think, and through the entirety of the season. And I think part of that is the fact that they just have a little bit more priority on the map. They play a little bit more aggressively. They make decisions, even if it's something that's really important in team games is even if you're not making the correct decision, like the objectively best decision you can make in the game, you make it as a 5-man group. You make the decision as a team. And this is something that Faceless Insomnia does really well. We gave them the title of like Power of Friendship earlier. And I think it kind of just fits for them because when they make a decision, all 5 of them commit to it. We saw them making plays on the bottom side, the counter engage to get THPQ, that triple double. We saw them just continuously play around their smolder. They've transitioned so beautifully from either 50 cal taco, carries on the Volibear early, then they move into the Varus. Carries on the Zyra early, moves into the smolder. And obviously getting the double kill for smolder early is a big deal, but it's just the fact that they've played so beautifully around these carries. Even though Setbacks is playing really well and they're getting counter punches and they're finding their opportunities, I think they really cleaned up their early game after game 2. It just wasn't enough here in game 3, and I don't know if they can make it enough in game number 4.
This match is definitely the closest I think we've seen between these two teams, and it went the distance. I think what we are forgetting about is I feel like the main reason Summit has lost this game is a lot of micro errors. Like the big thing that I keep going back to and harping on is that Annie play in the bush, the Smolder missing the Seraphine, which could have transitioned into a Baron, and just like that, we maybe see a whole different game, a whole different outcome. When a play like that late into the game can be such a pivotal factor to something that's happening, as well as the other question that we can agree or disagree whether or not it's a mistake, that equalizer from Rumble at the Baron pit. There's these little small things that could have massive implications going into that game 4, which if even that is cleaned up going to game 4, we might see this series go the distance.
We might. That's the biggest thing. We might see it. But overall, I think that still Faceless had the answers for those engages. They had the Gallios, Syra, Azirs peeling for the Smolder when it came to those later stages. But we can talk about this game all we want, but we have to get ready for the next one. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments with game 4 between Faceless and Sepex. Don't go anywhere. Really hoping someone was expecting some sort of funny skit to come true or me in cosplay for the end of Split, but no. No, not today. Not today. So what's up, Titan? How's everyone doing? Some news. This is my last split. You won't see me again next year on regular broadcast. You might see me drop in every now and then, but Seder is out. Seder is done. I'm going back to college. Won't have time. Very sorry if you have enjoyed my casting over there. If you haven't, this is your blessing. Glad I could give that to you. Just want to say a couple of thank yous out to some of the staff, Sems. We don't talk much. I don't know anything about you, but you pay me. Thanks. Appreciate it. I like that. Chris, our wonderful designer, the one that makes all of us look good. Some of us don't look as good, Romeo mostly, but the rest of us do look amazing, and a big shout out to Chris for that, and I hope you continue to build on this, and I really hope you get everything you wanted from this. Thank you so much for everything over the years. You do get back to me in 3 to 5 business days, even with the smallest query though. Like, you got to work on that. It's awful altogether. Over to my producers, Shirogan and Golden. Probably the 2 best producers in the world. Like, genuinely, they make everything so easy. I give them a lot of shit on broadcast. I genuinely do. Especially Shirogan. Shirogan, you're such a bald fuck. But I think you 2 are the best. I absolutely love you 2 to pieces. You are shining stars. You really are, and you don't get the love you deserve, especially from chat and the community. Just want to give a big shout out to you. You are absolutely amazing. And all the other producers I've worked with as well. I'm not forgetting you. These are just my regulars. Same with the observers. I have worked with a lot of observers over the years, but a big shout out to Antti and to Loki, my 2 usuals. Antti, I know we haven't worked together a lot this split, but I do love the chats before when we're in there, the green room as I like to call it. But Loki, you're probably one of my best friends in Titan. I'm your sassy Irish man, and you are just my hero. Really want to miss you. I really am. This really does suck. It's tough because I'm not like an emotional person, so I can't like show that. But I am really, really sad to be missing out on the future with you. You are one of my favorite observers, even if you do hit the corner of the screen sometimes and send us into the abyss. And now on to probably the toughest part. My duos, my casters, my I guess partners in crime when it comes to some of them. Crims, I know you don't cast a Titan as much anymore. You're kind of a fill-in, but all the NACL, the stuff we've done together, it was really, really good. Especially you doubting the rubber duckies. I won't forget that. That was really, really, really fun. But yeah, I'm gonna miss you, bro. But genuinely, listen to me when I say this. You're not a play-by-play. Stop trying to be. You're a color. You are so fucking intelligent. Stop trying to be a play-by-play. Genuinely. Britty, I am trying my hardest not to flame you. But it was a really, really good year we had together. Sorry, I had to come and bring Romeo in. It happens. He's like my bae. But yeah, you're doing amazing over on the other side of Vanquisher. Kicking ass over there. Can't wait to see what you do in the future. Absolutely smashing it, and just keep doing you, and keep giving out about karma. Keep doing it. Absolutely love it. Some of the other casters I've worked with, like Faris, Leslie, Toki, Quox, Freedom Potatoes. I think I've done a couple with Aussie J as well. Toki, I've already said. Yeah, there's so many. Professor Malice as well. That was my first time with a VTuber. That was an interesting one. And then we done TFT together, even stranger. But all of you as well, and especially to Romeo, who we have a tough relationship, me and Romeo. Well, he is genuinely one of my good friends. I know he can't dress. He had that whole cancer in his hand thing, which is probably why his heart's stuck in Emerald. He cannot play Jin Zhao even though it's his OTV, but there's no one I'd rather cast with. It's so easy to cast with someone that you feel like you've known your whole life. He genuinely is a really good person, a good friend, and an overall strange person, and I like the strange. Big shout out as well to all the rest of you, all the players, all the other staff, also Relix, don't forget Relix, Jesus, Relix my goat. Sorry, but the players, the community, and everyone in the chats flaming me after a bad call in a game, or whether or not I didn't point out this person that didn't build this item. All of you, genuinely absolute stars. You make it so easy to cast when all your plays are either really bad or exceptionally good. There's no in between with y'all. And also one big last shout out to Revenon and the Holy Church of Seder. Sorry you didn't make it to the finals, and I won't get the cast you there, and you don't get to go on and get your chip. but it was a good run, and it brought me a lot of joy. Revnon, you absolute savage. But yeah, I think that's me. I think that's goodbye. And if I forgot anyone, I'm really sorry. See, the thing is, I'm usually the person that like hands it off when we're going to breaks and when we're ending stream. And I don't know how to end this. Genuinely, my dog's rolling over. But it was good, and hopefully I'll see you all again soon. If I don't, have a good one. Peace.
Not Satyr making me wipe gold-painted glitter in my eye from tearing up after we find out that Satyr is retiring after the split to go pursue some game design, going back to college. We're all super excited to see whatever the hell you make. But before we can focus on that, we do have Game 4 coming up, the draft. We're going to go ahead and send it over to it. Let you call what might be one of your your final draft if Faceless Insomnia take this win.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be me saying goodbye forever. That'll be a bad.
Like, everybody's had their one. I have to say, how dare you make me cry before I have to step into a cast? Eat shit, Satyr.
Don't care. All I ask for is a jinx. Like, if I get a jinx now, I'll be happy. If a jinx is Kindred. Jinx also screaming in the ear that she hates me. So it's all good. But genuinely, it has been a joy working with everyone here. I'm sorry I made some people cry. It has to be done. But as we do get back into draft, we're seeing a lot of changes coming through with so many of the premier picks are now gone. We are seeing Syndra Kale bans, which I did not expect to come true.
Wow.
Trundle, and expecting the last ban to be something that we've probably seen before. But more importantly, Wukong is still... Wukong's gone now.
So Wukong's gone. He was picked. Yeah, he was picked last game.
Jinx, then.
Nocturne? Nocturne is still available for junglers. Jinx is an AD carry that's up on the board with Sivir gone, Varus gone, Ryze. No Ryzini. They still pick the Ryze. Shoutouts to the GOAT Ryzini.
Yeah, so that should be an Aurora swap off for that immediately. But with the way FLS has been doing things, they're going to pick Jinx, which is, if they do this for me, like all the love in the world for FLS. I just absolutely love Jinx as a champion. It is my OTP, the one I put the most hours into, and it will be the Aurora to match with the Ryze. With the way Sepix has been playing, I wouldn't be too opposed to maybe some Nocturne would be good here, but I'm also thinking in the top side Malphite is still available, and Malphite works really well.
You see Malphite, I'd be shocked.
You see a
We're
Jinx,
not that far in the fields, right? I mean, yeah, with Jinx, Malphite is good against it, but I think Loco Poco is just playing too aggressive. They're gonna opt for Kog'Maw as the counterpick into Jinx, but I think Loco is too aggressive. I think we're gonna see a Bruiser up there. I know Ambessa and Rumble are gone, but we've seen Loco just continuously dominate on these carries, and if they want him to have a little bit more aggression up there on the top side, maybe they get him a a Renekton. I'm trying to think of other bruises right now. Renekton's the only one in my brain. I know there's others out there, but there are top lane fighters. Shen was something that was actually in my notes that both of these top laners do play. So FLS are going to ban that one out, which means they weren't planning on playing it, which is a little surprising with the Jinx comp, but I think it means that we might even see Aurora swap up the top lane, but I would love to see them have a tank up there instead. Just keep that Jinx alive.
Yeah, they could go for a tank. I still think Renekton is still just an absolute premier pick here. The fact that it's still going through, Malphite is still available. If they do go for a Malphite, I think even the way it's going now, Thresh is not a bad option for the Jinx. I know, like,
I always love a good Thresh game.
Braum is still available, but Thresh has been rising the ranks a little bit recently. So I wouldn't mind seeing that
more likely
either.
than Jinx Braum.
Like, I'd rather the Alistar, no?
I think versus Thresh specifically, I really do like Braum. I can see them picking Alistar, but I think you can just kind of get stuffed into a composition like this. Like, you're trying to engage versus Thresh, versus Lilia, versus Aurora even. You have a lot to get through before you can get to that even front line and combo them. They're going to lock in the Alistar anyway. I'm a little worried about this pick for setbacks. I think this is a...
Do we end
BR is going to have to... BR is going to have to go on a generational run on this Alistar.
Do we just go for something like Giga Tanky with Faceless and like something like Tanky Engage?
I think it has to be. I think he's right, as he always is. I think it has to be Malphite.
Yeah, there's no way they don't go for the Malphite.
To the very end.
Absolutely, like, yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Like, I have to show up at the last one. Like, you know how it is. But like, no, generally, like, after doing Vanquisher for, been here since 21 was my first cast for Titan. Before Sems even took over. So I was here before Sems. I'm trying to remember what I said about Sems, but I think what I said was I spoke to you twice. You're a weird guy. I do love Sems though. But yeah, like, I've been here for so long, I've been casting for so long, I also only consume League of Legends. I am a complete nerd, which is like going to be a very big shift for me when I completely stop playing the game. But
when he makes the new
Renekton, until next week. But yeah, Renekton is the premier pick here as a blindable top laner with Ornn gone. There's nothing really else you can go for a Malphite. I would have preferred them to blind the Malphite. I know there's always options into that. But yeah, it's a nice kind of shift. And I think Thresh Jinx is a very safe lane. Kog'Maw can still dog walk them if they really want to. I do love putting the Kog'Maw on the leash. Alistar is great in-gauge, but can you really doubt FLS in a game 4? Like, they have never lost 2 games in a series. They are invincible. Romeo's got something. Go on, Romeo. Tell us something.
I think I like the Kog'Maw and the Jinx. I think we're going to a game 5. Is what I'm thinking. To be completely honest, I'm calling it right now. I'm calling a game 5
here.
I want to see it go the distance. I think the rise for the Ryzini is why I'm saying game 5. I think the shout out to Ryzini with that Rise pick. I know Aurora is like a pretty good answer. I think Jinx is generally a better ADC than Kog'Maw, but I do think Kog'Maw Alistar have the potential to smurf this bot lane. I think if Renekton can find a way to just stall out that top lane, make sure that Malphite isn't getting a ton of CS, isn't getting a ton of XP, they have a good shot at trying to find answers. And I think the biggest thing is a lot of these fights start in the early game. And I think Renekton, I think Kog'Maw, I think Ryze, they're probably going to have a better time in this early game than we're going to see with a Jinx Malphite, right? I think late game, I favor FLS, but I think early to mid game, I favor SepX, and I feel like most of these games have been being decided in early to mid game.
Yeah, I will say top of the day, I predicted FLS 3-1 over SepX. And I think this is a composition they can win with. It's going to be stylistically different than what they've been doing. They have to play slower. They have to play counter picks. They have to play side lanes. They have to play passive. But
fans, bro. Fucking fans.
I did see that. But they're going to have to play slower.
What happened? Like, he just immediately says it. Doesn't even know what happened. I'll send you the video after, Sems. Also, TMG Cash, I want to shout you out because obviously I do really think you're a good player, and I'm not going to comment too much about what happens to the team, but Cog is a way better ADC than Cog is a hell of a sentence.
Yeah, that's a sentence, all right.
Type that one.
Wait, what?
He said Cog is a way better better ADC than Cog. So he said Cog is better than Cog. Facts.
Facts. That's
Cog.
facts. I read that Cog will always be a better ADC than Cog. And don't even get me started on how much better Ma is than Ma.
True, that's very true. But are we Vile Ma or are we Cog Ma? Because there are 2 Maws. There's even Ma and Malmortius. There's a lot of them.
I'm more of a Mom Morbius
I
guy.
just put one quick bullet in Birdie.
Look, it's probably what I deserve at this point, but I'm not getting it until it's way past
Sorry,
my
I'll go
time.
grab my
But-
fourth shot real quick.
Again, I do think that FLS needs to play a lot slower this game than they have been previously, and Setbacks wants to take up the pace. For FLS, I think it's going to be a struggle for them to actually slow it down. But if they do, Jinx and Aurora in the late game alongside Lilia just 1v9 combo.
Birdie, incorrectly. You do not want to slow it down. You're playing Jinx. You want to play crazy, batshit, throw everything against the wall League of Legends. That's what you want to do. You're sending in the deer, you're sending in the mountain, and Jinx is praying one of her rockets hits someone and you just run it. Kog'Maw, yes, untouched, will 1v9 this game. Jinx is the anti 1v9 ADC because they just go haha rocket burr and kill everything in the line.
Here's the thing, right? So Jinx is gonna need to find that kill to come online. They have Lilia, they have Thresh, they have Malphite. They have great champions to try to find that beginning pick. But when you have other champions on the other side, like a Nocturne who can just cause darkness and confusion, when you have champions like Alistar who can disengage a fight, when you have champions like Ryze who can cause your team to portal right behind that Jinx before she can find that first kill, I think a lot of these fights are going to come down to, can SepX find creative ways to prevent that first kill from happening before they've already won that fight?
I think there's a lot of non-direct protection for Jinx in this composition because you have to focus the Lilia. You can't let her get a big sleep off. You have to focus the Aurora. If she combos on your backline, Kog'Maw's going to die, and then you don't have damage in your team fight. So Jinx is almost a secondary threat in these teams. Like, yeah, if she gets a reset, she's really strong, but as long as we just don't let her get a reset, if we kill the Lilia, if we kill the Aurora, maybe we can play out the fights. But an untouched Jinx, similar to an untouched Kog'Maw, can get very scary very quickly. I think there's a lot of angles this game can go, but I think I'm going to stick with my gut from the top of the day, and I think FLS will find a way to win this through some absolute shenaniganery.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want shenanigans. We want
Romeo to suffer.
Well. Such an Irish word, shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
See, it doesn't matter to me if it goes to game 5 or not. I'm getting my Jinx. If it goes to game 5, I might get my Kindred, which is also wonderful. But I can never bet against the Jinx, and I believe also in NA yous can't because you've had Danny. Danny played Jinx to the finest of levels, so I can't go against the Jinx. FLS have also been playing exceptionally well after that game 1 Zeri moment, which now has a whole new meaning, as in Zeri never became the carry. But I can't bet against the Jinx. I think THBQ, with being one of the all-team MVPs, you also have to remember that they know how to work their way around this Aurora. They can make life a misery with the bounces, and there's a lot of damage. As I don't even know what skin that is.
I think it's tribal Ryze because he's not blue.
Not blue, dabba dee dabba da da dabba dee dabba da.
Well, Sepix is hoping to not feel blue after this game and hoping to take it to game 5. But again, for FLS, I think this is a composition they can run away with. I think Malphite really does kind of stuff Renekton in the top side. I think he makes life very difficult for him. Renekton, obviously, in the early game, you know, it's Malphite. You're not going to have fun, but eventually you stack enough armor that the Black Cleaver, the Sundered Sky, whatever comes through, it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It kind of does matter, but not really. It's a half and half. It's a half glass full kind of thing. But as we do get into the game, we finally get to see what's going to happen in terms of junglers actually starting opposite this time. They're going to be on opposite sides of the map. I don't think Lilia has a lot of pressure in the top side, but there is something that could be done in that bot side by the Nocturne. So maybe some forward thinking there as FLS are winning out in the pro comps draft score. Big shout out to them. This is the last time I ever get to shout you out.
The pro comps draft scores have been really tight this series. I think the biggest lead that we've seen is under 5%. And look, sometimes we get some insane draft differences. I've seen a 60-30 or a 65-35 at some point.
We've seen a 70-30 once, but it was some insane off-meta picks all on red side. I'm trying to remember what game that was, and I'm pretty sure the 30% won as well. Because you said there was that player that had like the 20% gap. Oh God. Oh,
Did Romeo just break?
I think so. I think I did, but it was like two matches ago. Oh wait, there's the zap coming through. BR gonna jump on to Jinx.
That's good.
Giddy boy Joe gonna lose about a quarter of his HP. Just a small little trade in this bot lane. Just a little baby trade.
This Kog'Maw Alistar is not like Kog'Maw Braum, where you can play a super aggressive early game and you can get leads just through that Braum passive. Alistar is very much a in and out kind of dive champion, and Kog'Maw is a champion that takes a lot of time to get online.
It does. Well, it does and it doesn't. With the Bork changes and Gwynso's being as strong as it is right now, and mixed damage being as strong as it is right now, I don't think Kog'Maw takes as much time as it used to. It's still a protect the puppy comp, but at the same time, Jinx is a protect the puppy comp as well, just a lot more hyperactive. Like Kog'Maw it's going to bark at you while Jinx is going to scream at you autistically and sprint forward. It's just a little bit different. It's a little bit different stylistically. But Kog'Maw isn't as late game as people used to think he is. He just gets stronger the later it goes. The more items he gets, he becomes more. You can't deal with him. As
the 2 item spike, I think, is where I recall. And I think this is good for Lila. Again, the Floops has not gotten the recall off yet, so still just sitting on that Doran's Ring. The mana in lane a lot less than it used to be for Doran's Ring, and I think a lot of mid laners are very sad about that. Funky Boy Joe is gonna take a rough trade in here. I see that message in chat. I'm ignoring it entirely. I think life gets better for Setbacks the longer this game goes, but you also have to consider you're dealing with a Jinx late game, you're dealing with Malphite late game. Yeah, you have the Kog'Maw who does kill tanks, but at the same time, Malphite can just get on top of the Kog'Maw. There's nothing that stops him from pressing ult outside of a Kog'Maw flash.
Yeah, so that's something we do have to keep an eye on. Kog'Maw Flash will be a very important.
There's going to go in. Alistar going to get a lot of damage with his Kog'Maw onto Giddy Boy Joe. It looks very favorable right now for Setbacks in this bot lane. Both bot laners pathing, wisely pathing up. We have Nocturne at his Raptors. There's another engaged. Giddy Boy Joe going to be forced to flash here. Can Kog'Maw finish the job? He does. It's going to be the first kill over to Alistar, not the Kog'Maw, but here comes the Leah. Leah going to throw the ball in Alistar's face. Nocturne following shortly behind. There's going to be the knock-up. Goofy Boy Joe tries to find the angle, but there is Cat Socks to finish the job. And now 50 Cal Taco trying to clean up at best he can, but the kill going to be given to Doom, and that is Feats of Warfare. It's a 3-for-nothing trade.
I'm going to take over for Satyr here because I'm sure he's just so depressed about what he saw on his screen there. But that was a cavalcade of errors from FLS. Flashing onto the Alistar when he has the Aftershock up, he's never going to die there. Trying to get a re-engage off, like, already when Giddy Boy Joe dies, probably not the fight to take, as Catsock's now may be in trouble.
There's going to be the big hook from Thresh. Doom going to be able to flash over the wall and get the hell out of there.
I'm more upset with everything that happened there because Jinx had such an advantage. They were just absolutely smurfing in the CS department. They were keeping the Kog'Maw down. They were getting everything they needed in that lane and then decided to flash forward in an attempt to get a reset, which I do quite often. But I'm not doing it in competitive games. I'm doing it in solo queue. It's completely different, but we will see BR.
Giddy Boy Joe found a little deep. There's going to be the fear, and Nocturne right on top of Thresh. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Handed straight to Floops in honor of Ryzini.
I didn't realize that I had subbed in for FLS here, because that's looking like my Thresh in solo queue games. You try to roam up and make something happen after losing play on a bottom side, and then you just die to the enemy jungler.
I'm kind of getting flashbacks to me saying I'm delighted to see Romeo getting smashed on his champ.
There's going to be the Alistar, the huge knock-up going to go through, and another Jinx death just for Satyr. Wait, no, never mind. I was lied to.
They tried too hard to give the kill to Doom, so Goofy Boy Joe gets to live. But no flash
Goofy Boy Doom not going to get the kill.
This is a game of all time. This is a game that is happening.
I believe we are watching League of Legends.
We've been playing so hard in the first 3 matches that we needed a little break. We needed to shut our brains off for a little bit and see what happens here.
But Setbacks can't they're on match point. If they turn their brain off too hard, then suddenly they just have to lose. I think I will say Satyr in the break in between our in between games 3 and 4 here did say that FLS might have a little bit of a happy game. And look, I had faith in them to only lose 1 game, but I didn't expect it to be game number 1. So maybe it is a 3-2 series. Maybe it is the full 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people came in thinking that it's going to be a straight win from FLS, but they've played against each other before. They were in the same group. They kind of get reads on each other, and the deeper it goes, the better for us as casters. We get to see a lot more League of Legends, which is always great. I don't get to sleep as much, which is also wonderful, as everyone loves.
Oh, a
keeping me
big
up
stun
late
gonna
at
come
night,
out, and there's gonna be the paranoia right on top of the Lilia. She is gonna find a sleep. There is a 3-man sleep, but Catsock's able to get out of
Oh,
it.
BR.
Barely, quickly, 50 cal. There's gonna be the Between Worlds. We see Catsock, thanks Taco. Super Mega Desert Rocket is gonna find Catsocks. Both junglers are dead.
I said that BR would have to have a generational performance on Alistar into this composition. It was going to be very difficult for him. And so far, he's showing up. He's playing fantastically. But I think it's really important. The one kill that FLS has gone to this Jinx, who Satyr already called out, has the CS lead, a pretty large CS lead in this bottom lane. Is stacking the cull is going to be so difficult for Setbacks to actually deal with come the late game because of the Lilia, because of the Aurora, because of the Malphite and the Thresh protecting her and providing so much utility. One kill on Jinx doesn't seem like a lot now, but I think that might be enough to start unlocking her in this game.
Yeah, it's one kill. It's a setup. It's cull. It's time. It's scaling. It's Jinx, and I love it. I don't care anything past that. Just give Jinx everything. Just keep calling out, send a rocket here, and we'll get something for you. But at the end of everything, the important thing about Jinx is we used to play it with Karthus jungle. That was like the biggest Jinx meta. Karthus jungle plus Jinx. You just get one reset and go. Syndra was a great pick with it. Jarvan Orianna was a great pick with it. This time around, it is heavily in Malphite, Lilia, Aurora have to find one key target to hit together. Now, their targets are very hard to lock down. Nocturne is going to be coming in from a flank, disappearing through darkness. Kog'Maw is going to be very hard to get to with Alistair peeling for it. Renekton isn't going to go down easy, and Ryze is still a tanky boy. So there is still those issues, but if they do get that reset, what can stop a Jinx at the end of it?
I think it has to be BR in this Alistar. Like I said, has to go on a generational run here, has to get through everybody and stop this Jinx from playing the game.
There's gonna be the headbutt
As he's done well so far.
Doom getting a sizable amount of damage onto Goofy Boy Joe. Both junglers right now on the opposite side of the map. Probably not a lot of kills going to happen in this bot lane, but we do see that grubs are being taken right now by that Nocturne Renekton combo.
Yes, so Sepic's back on their early game. They are getting every objective to begin this one, which is wonderful. To see Sepic's back on their best. If you see a Hex Flash being charged up here, BR not going to go for it, and it's going to flash backwards out of the bush. But yeah, they're getting objectives. They're getting a good start. They're power farming on the Nocturne as well. They're trying to get as many camps as can. Lilia is still being slightly faster in that regard, but this is what they want. They want Nocturne to be a menace, getting onto that Jinx. Only so many lanterns can be taken in this game, and eventually Nocturne will just kill you. I am cautiously optimistic though for this Malphite, as they're having a good time up there.
Yeah, I think this matchup is more Malphite favored than I think we often give it credit for, as long as the Malphite is not playing stupid and giving Renekton advantages in the early game, because something like this can happen.
Lock up under tower, Loco Poco going to be forced to use his ultimate. Dominus used, but isn't going to be used to get more damage, just going to be used to stay alive after a bit of an over-engage.
Yeah, you have to, not the exact same as Ornn, as Malphite is not the Paladin, Assassin, Death Knight, Mage, Tank, Bruiser, but Malphite is still, a champion in League of Legends that was released a long time ago, so his kit is very simple, hard to go wrong with him, and he has enough base damage in his kit that he kind of just hurts eventually. So you do have to respect the amount that he can actually put out in terms of wave clear and in terms of 1v1 damage.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm seeing right now is a wealth of wards being dropped into this Dragon Pit and surrounding it, as it looks like FLS are not willing to give up a second Drake, as they do manage to land a bowling ball, which is always nice.
He got the big one.
Yeah, did he actually get the big one as well? Okay, well then it's
He
just
got the
GG
big
go
one.
next. No, it's Mental Breaker. GG go next, -1.
Oh, there's going to be a death sentence. BR going to be sent right into the enemy team. Is able to straight out of it. TP going to come forward for Renekton. Doom on the other side of that river, trying to find his way to his team.
Monkey Boy's here. He saved his TP, so if this play goes well for FLS, he can TP back top and push the advantage even further, but it's contingent on it going well for FLS, and this is a strong point for SepX. They've got a good wombo combo right now, but watch THBQ on the flank on this Aurora.
Aurora trying to find a flank, but could be caught from his team. There's going to be the paranoia. There it goes right on top of Jinx. The fear not going to go through as he's knocked back. There's going to be the zap. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to be able to find a kill just yet. Loco Poco trying to walk backwards. Doom trying to walk backwards. Funky Boy Joe in their face. There's going to be the Between Worlds. Cat Sox down to 1 HP. Doom, the Swirl Seed going to go forward. The Drowsy is going to go on Doom, but the Cleanse is going to go. No more.
He needs a couple seconds.
For Lilia.
Funky Boy Joe holding on to the ult. He needs a couple more seconds. It's up now.
Goofy Boy Joe has started the Dragon. Are they going to opt to walk out? The Swirl Seed's going to go on to Floops. BR walking away. Loco Poco walking away. It looks like they are going to hand the Dragon over to Faceless Insomnia.
And that's a big win for Faceless. Again, just stalling out the amount of time.
It's Rise! He tries to flash away. Can he try to find the recurring kill? There is going to be Malphite charging in to seal the deal, but Kog'Maw finds the Thresh. It's a 1-for-1 trade in this mid lane.
Okay, let's all calm down. That was a lot of nothing that happened, and then something happened. So this kind of shows how like scared both teams are of actually doing that full engage. Neither team wants to really, really push the envelope here. As I'm slowly dying, but it's the age is catching up with me. But we saw around that Drake fight, neither team really wanted to give that last kind of like push to try and be the difference maker. No one wanted to be the one flashing forward and heading into that engage. And without Malphite having the ult, there was also that like wait time for Funky Boy Joe. But overall, there is still that case of, if Jinx gets a reset, it's over. If one of us dies, Kog'Maw can walk into the rest of the team. Neither team wants to be the one to make those mistakes, as they're trying to fight for this Rift goal, and it is the oldest trick in the book.
And sometimes it works. Not in this case, as he's got team behind him too. But I do appreciate the dynamic of this TriCast of because Romeo and I are both play-by-plays. We get really hyped when the play starts happening. We start to get really excited. And we're like, oh my god, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be huge. And then Sator's like, all right, let's take a breath. Let's calm down. Let's relax. Nothing happened there. They did get the dragon, but not a lot else really did happen in that fight.
Yeah, it just like. There was summoners burned in some cases and a couple of ults burned, but overall they did manage to get a kill apiece. At the end, it was a trade for a mid laner for a support in the end, as we do see rotates now coming through. The bot lane has now entered the mid lane, which is very reminiscent of Season 1, as ADC stand in the mid lane, collect waves, and then look around as everyone else is failing the game for them and they feel like they're the problem. Some things never change. But as we do kind of cut back, we see the Rift Herald now being picked up, which should complete feats for the side of Sepix. They'll get those upgraded boots, which has been a leading factor to who wins the game. Boots have been a big difference in these ones. So we'll see. Go on.
It's the correlation causation. If a team is winning, they're more likely to get boots, so they're more likely to be winning the game. So the boots are more of an indicator that a team is ahead than they are like a reason why a team will win the game.
Satyr Pretty is starting to sound like you.
Yeah, that's something that I've said so many times to Romeo and explained it to him. It's like, just because you won things just means you have tempo. That's it. But I'd like to introduce you to, oh my god, my Yorick just took tower at 10 minutes.
Yorick will do that.
One. Yeah, so like sometimes it is just, oh, we got 3 kills, we've lost every objective, but Yorick somehow got a tower before they got their second Drake. Sometimes these things just happen. So it isn't always an outlier. There is some things that do change. But yes, usually when you do get those upgraded boots, you are in the lead. You have the tempo, which means we'll usually see that team force something within the next 4 to 5 minutes, because we're in the, well, I think what LS calls it nap time now, is his newest term for it. I'm a big LS hater.
I liked it when it was called the lull state.
I like nap time more than lull state, because lull just, it reminds me of Lilia, and I'm not a big fan of the deer.
Well, she is in this game. I will say I'm already happy in this game because Floops has opted for the Roa first and then is going for his Seraphs. And when you're Rise, you build the mana items and it's not as detrimental to you. But Seraph second, I think, is still the correct call. As
there's going to be the knockup goes forward by Jinxie. Goofy Boy Jinx, not long for this Rift.
The wards to deny the lantern. No chance for Goofy Boy Joe to get out of dodge. And that's a rough one if you're the Thresh player, because you're just like, please click the lantern. And Jinx is like, I can't. There's too much on it.
Okay. So they kill the Jinx. Very sad. But nothing comes from it. They get a kill. There's still no objectives. There's still no towers to be taken. It is still quiet. And I know he's getting very excited that Jinx died. You need to stop that. She didn't die in the end of Arcane. She's coming back. We're going to get a second series, and Jinx is going to appear. So, yeah, it's going to be a big one.
Who's going to break the news to him, guys? Who's
Bertie, what have you got
who's
for
gonna
us?
break the news for him about what the showrunner said?
Look, the showrunner has opinions, and I respect the fact that the showrunner has opinions, but I don't have to accept them. The showrunner can be wrong about their own show. This is allowed.
Jinx is alive.
I mean, they
don't
probably
care.
are. Jinx will probably come back whenever it is convenient, but it won't be in the next show.
Look, given the fact that there's all these fan theories out there about how she could have, we've seen Jinx take worse. She probably is alive. She's out there. But we've got a setup here as Dragon is spawning up. He's going to be Cloud Soul this game. There had to be one. Everybody loves Cloud Soul.
Loco Poco dodging the hook. I thought we were going to see a hook into just an immediate unstoppable force, see a big fight come out for FLS. We see Rise, he's going to be a little bit late to this rotation. Does have the Realm Warp if he needs to get there quick. That Rift Herald going to be dropped in the mid lane. That T1 turret almost definitely gone, but the Dragon started up right now by FLS. It is the dreaded soul in the game. It is Cloud Soul this game, so it is detrimental if these teams do not get that Cloud Dragon. There's Paranoia. It's going to go right on top of Jinx. Here comes the flank from Renekton as well. We're going to see the Jinx go down. We're going to see Lilia go down. Kog'Maw is free hitting. He is free hitting. The Joes are falling. THQ on the run. Loco Poco saying, you are getting away, stupid bunny. Meanwhile, Malphite gonna fall. And here comes the cow. Cow versus rabbit. Who's going to win? There's a tower standing in between. The back has been started. But Kog'Maw says, nah, chief. As Flop's going to find the ace for Sediment.
Yeah, and everything worked out beautifully there. That's like exactly how a team fight should be. It should just be very quick, get to your key targets one by one, take them apart. And Kog'Maw free firing, Realm Warps into the back, and that's absolute perfection from Sepix. And we could, if it continues like this, go to a game 5. It's looking very reminiscent of the Zeri. It's both Zon champions. They both like to go fast and shoot things, but both times they're not getting the opportunity to do so. So maybe FLS just need to stop picking Zon champions.
Maybe that's the call. Nice little spell shield there from Cat Socks. Yeah, the region's the problem. I haven't heard that one from a Piltover before. But it's a big lead right now for SepX, 12-2. This is
main. I'm from Zon. The fuck.
Look, if you guys would have just got a little bit more money from the Piltovians, right? Like, maybe your life would be fine, but suck it up. RNG should have been born in a different city.
That a little harsh, but I do say, I think there is still a chance for FLS to turn this, but this is feeling very reminiscent of game number 1. Like Sater said, the Zeri and the Jinx are similar, but maybe Loco Poco dies here.
Gonna get caught here, maybe. Slow comes out, the TP gonna be enough to scare them away.
Oh no.
BR coming in the back.
Oh no.
Jinx now only a place to die. The Joes are gonna fall. It's only right now.
We're being attacked by mosquitoes.
No friends and no witches as they all fall in this bot lane.
We need to.
Unfortunately, Romeo, that was a great call, but I think your mic died on you there.
What?
I think you picked your mic a little bit too hard.
That was pure mosquitoes from start to
finish.
That
hurts.
All we heard was buzzing. That was.
I think I put my mouth too close to the mic.
You have to remember also, for everyone who's listening, that Romeo aspires to be a professional voice actor.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to work a microphone.
Okay. Look, I got excited. I'm sorry.
Again,
So
this is
excited
what the
you went
play-by-plays do. We get excited.
Would it be a send-off for you if I didn't have at least one mic issue?
Yeah, true, fair. Let's get back into the game. As a lot of stuff happened there, and I got so distracted I forgot what actually happened. But it was a win for Sepix in the end.
Yeah, VR again on this Alistar is finding flank angle after flank angle and making Goofy Boy Joe's life an absolute living hell. It wasn't like the previous fight with the Rise ultimate. He just had a good angle. They Rise ulted to a different side of the fight, and it was just the 3-point collapse. Everybody locked in on top of the Jinx and said, hey, you don't get to play League of Legends today. And by God, did it work.
I really do enjoy the fact that Lilia and Aurora have the exact same build.
It's nice to be matchy matches with your BFF.
Yeah, they're just gonna hold hands down mid lane as their team gets eviscerated on both sides, as they can do nothing about it because they pick 2 champions that don't do anything unless you're ahead.
Actually, Lilia has a control ward and Aurora has a Doran's ring, so
I will kick you in the chin. If you ever actually me again, I will kick you in the chin.
You can't actually. It has to be actually. You got to put the whole
Here
accent on
comes
it.
the
But
paranoia on Malphite,
This is-
a very questionable paranoia. But BR going to be in front.
I mean, it's gonna
Doom
work.
Free hit. Bye-bye.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, BR just on a flank angle. It means that Funky Boy Joe can't just ult down the lane. He has to try and go for a funky angle, and not funky enough. As mid lane turn's gonna die here,
Play
but I
that
think this
funky
is bad for
music right,
FLS.
Joe, as they immediately get dove on by 5 of them. There goes the Goofy, there goes the Giddy, and once again, the Joes are holding hands on the gray screen.
So I'm just gonna say I was wrong. I apologize, FLS, for caster cursing you in this way. It feels almost unlosable. I think Cadril could come in here, co-stream this, say this game is unlosable, and it would still be unlosable.
We got chat saying FF to save mental as a dive's gonna happen on this T3 turret. Doom gonna find another kill. It is 19-3 right now in this game 4. If you were cheering for a game 5, it's almost certainly confirmed. Sater, what does this Jinx need to do to prevent a game 5? What is it? What's the dream?
I think FLS need to pause real quick, fly me to America, and just let me take over, and it'll all be good. No, genuinely, I don't think the Jinx is the problem. I think the enemy team is the problem. They're not letting Jinx play the game, which is very, very mean and cyberbullying, and I will be putting in an official complaint to our HR department, which is a problem because our HR department flames the hell out of me constantly because it is our producer, which means
yeah.
we're doomed.
HR
We're
department?
absolutely
Well,
doomed.
I mean, you also flame our HR department, so I feel like it's just, reciprocal.
Well,
you
speaking
gotta
of
stand the
flame,
ground, you
50
gotta die on
cal
every
for some
hill.
reason, 8 years deep into the enemy jungle, just asking, just standing there saying, please, please hunt me. I'm just a little Bambi. Please shoot me in the skull. And they did just that.
I
Bambi
think they're
doesn't get
talking about
shot,
Game
Bambi's
5 draft
mother.
at this point.
Get your fables right, bro.
Oh no, if you haven't seen that horror Bambi movie coming out, that Bambi is dead.
Are they?
Didn't they
They're
do
trying to
Pinocchio?
do.
Yes, they did. They did Pinocchio, they
God.
did Winnie the Pooh, and now they're doing Bambi.
Life is a
Pokemon.
nightmare. All human works are derivative. Everything is hell. But I think in this game, I think FLS truly is just like, okay, we kind of goofed this one up. Something went wrong in the early game, and now in the mid game, and in the draft. So what do we do for game 5? As BR wants to finally engage, but Giddy Boy Joe is just forced
Well,
to
they're
flash
trying
out.
to say no. We still have a chance. We still have some last legs to stand on as they walk in ready for this fight without their Lilia.
Yeah, but they have everything available, but what they don't know is that
Well,
Renekton is
more
hanging out
BR.
close to Bloodborne.
Oh, there's BR in the back. And there's Renekton diving right on top of THQ. Meanwhile, on the other side,
Flash.
Joe is getting the free hit. Can he finally get the reset? No, Cat Sox is going to sit there with the paranoia, make sure he dies. And that is all but it for FLS right now. We got 3 members of Sepex walking down that mid lane. Meanwhile, Loco Poco winning that 1v2. BR going to come to help, try to stat pad a little bit. Revenge for what happened at the end of game 3. Loco going to flash forward. Bye-bye, Aurora. Doom going to find more kills for the
It's over.
stats. And there's going to be Nexus Turret 1, Nexus Turret 2. And game 4 going to go over to Summit, bringing us to the all-important game 5. Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen.
We are going to Silver Scrapes, and that was a clinical game coming in from StepX, and it went back to getting those early objectives, getting themselves set up to make sure that they can get everything sorted. And yeah, it just looks like it was always destined for a game 5 because you can't beat them twice, you can't beat them 3 times, but Faceless are ready for this one. We're going to see Floops take on the Ryzini role and step into those shoes and do very, very well. We do have more content, we do have more games, but I have to ask you, what do you expect to see, because there's so much gone?
I think if Shen makes it through the ban phase, it will be picked. I wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing a Jin in this game number 5. I think Romeo is right on that one. But I think at this point, I'm worried for FLS because that was not just similar to game 3, similar to game 3 where it was like a close game, a little bit of back and forth, some good map movements and rotations where they ended up winning the day. No, that was just a stomp. That was absolute decimation, destruction, obliteration, a complete take apart, whatever synonym you want to use. That game was a disaster for FLS, and having that sort of mental coming into game number 5 can be, for some teams, insurmountable.
I do throw out the big cost this game to start it off when we look at the early plays that went wrong was that bot lane triple kill from Summit, which they had very low health bars. Like, it was a couple auto attacks difference from that Jinx maybe getting a reset, trying to Claymore. Not that decided the game, but it definitely helped a favorable amount. I think the big thing we've seen in the growth of this series, though, from Summit is we went from the first few games constant fighting on these objectives. Now Summit, when they're losing that control, they're pulling out of that objective. They're finding things across the map. Whereas I think we've been seeing Faceless just trying to fight and fight and fight on repeat, which is usually working for them, but not working for them in these moments. The biggest question I have, though, is with what's left in these pools. Who has champions that they can still find comfort in to build a comp around? What is these comps that we're about to see? Is it going to still be something as tight as Protect the Puppy? Or are we going to be forced to see some comfort solo queue picks come out in this Game 5 and determine whether or not they're coming home with the chip?
Romeo does have some points there. There is some points, but we will not know until we get into that final game. So everyone queue up their silver scrapes, get their playlist ready, and please send in your voice notes to any general chat you have, as we will be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. Not even the right melody. Not even the right melody.
bam. Bro, my voice is dead. I don't know what to tell you. But what's important?
Morgan Wallen.
It was the country version of Silver Scrapes. But
Oh,
what is
God.
important? Because our non-copyright singer apparently cannot do it. What is important right now? We are going to Game 5 of Summit Esports Phoenix, taking on Faceless Insomnia. All of Vanquisher, the split, has come down to this game, to this draft that's about to happen.
It's funny that we could have just had a Group C playoffs where, you know, 3-1 played off against 2-4, and then maybe 2-1 play off against each other. This is the first and second seed from Group C, which is now, I think, objectively the strongest group that we've seen in Vanquisher this split. And we've gone the distance. Last time they faced off, it was week 2. It was very early in the season. It was a 2-0 for Faceless Insomnia, if I'm remembering right, because they didn't lose any games. But now, Somebody Esports Phoenix have done the impossible. They've taken 2 games off of FLS. This has not been seen at all throughout the entirety of the tournament. It's just a matter of, can they take off game number 3?
Yeah, this is the last one. This is, if Faceless win this one, they've lost 5 games total through this entire thing.
Which is
if they
crazy.
lose this, if they lose this though, it just means that they choked it. It means they choked. It means they bottled it in the European terms. But yeah, that's a massive shift for how we expected this one to go. With so many teams being undefeated going into playoffs and all of them falling, it is absolutely crazy that it will be FLS if they lose this one to also fall in the finals. So it is very, very interesting, and it kind of shows how strong Vanquisher is as a whole, as we're starting to see the bans come through here in a Fury way. That's all normal.
We swapped sides. FLS for the first time this series will be on blue, and Summit Esports Phoenix will be on red. 4 games of same sides. Now the draft will finally shift up. Play and Tristan are a band away, and Fury. Play and Fury, I know, are same bands. I don't remember if we've seen Tristan a band throughout any of these games, except maybe in the second phase.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what's left, and the only thing that I'm seeing right now is they didn't ban the Kale, which I don't think.
Yeah,
is
Kale was a ban away
already.
last game.
Yes, so that could be a shout, which means that if they go for, okay, I think I have some ideas of what might come through here. The only thing I'm not too sure about is jungle, because the jungle pool is so pinched that we could go back to like comfort favorites.
Like, who's left in jungle at this point?
Okay, so that has to be Senna here, right?
Amumu and Maokai are still up in the
Nidalee is definitely prio here.
Oh, you know what? If a team picks Nidalee, I'm kind of expecting them to lose. I'll be real.
Senna Nautilus should be the bot lane here for Sepix.
Senna Tom Kent as well? A possibility? Nautilus actually, wow, yeah, Nautilus is not picked somehow through the entirety of the series. How did that happen? There's the Shen. I mentioned the Shen. I talked about it in the pregame. The fact that this is a pick that both of these teams saw in their respective games 4 and 5 in their last series, and now it's come through again. So Loco Poco on the big tank game, but we get the Kale for Funky Boy Joe. I think the first time we really seen Funky Boy on a carry. All these other games have been tank gameplay.
Oh my god, that is all. I don't like that. I really don't like, not this early. I really don't like that big. Like, it's good. You can take the Senna, you can take the Shen, you can be in more fights, and you can affect more fights across the map. There's the Nautilus. But if you just take the Leona here, they can't ban it away, which is really good into the Nautilus because you kind of have the exact same amount of CC. So, like, you kind of counteract each other in a way. That's fine. Silas lanes. I predicted this in the Divinity series because there's only one champion that counters 1 Cassante and 2 Silas. There's only one champion that is.
It's not.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Don't speak that into existence. Don't speak it into existence.
It has
Do
to
not.
Well, we're going to ignore that because Birdie knows what I know. So we're just going to completely ignore that. And then Nidalee, the only other jungler I can think about is Rek'Sai. Is probably my other top pick.
Wukong's gone, Skarna's gone. Maokai's still up. So if they needed like some more CC, but the problem is it's still magic damage heavy. They're 2 AP heavy.
Other than that,
I think FLS does need the Rek'Sai for CC and
Kale's still
AD
there.
because they are double AP solo laners.
Kale and into a Nidalee, it just feels like, ugh. There's the Rek'Sai, yeah. That's okay. There's still Leona's still available. Like, it has to be Leona, and then that last pick, Birdie. I'm going to let you say it.
What counters Cassante and Silas at the same time? It's Garen. If there's a Garen mid lane lock-in here, I'm leaving the stream. I'm going. I'm disappearing. I can't. I refuse to believe that they will lock in Garen mid here
I get bonus
against
pay for this.
FLS.
I'll put a tenner on it right now.
Oh my god. All right, I'll see you guys later. You guys have a good one.
So
Take care.
Setbacks like won this draft right by a little bit. I feel like. I like their draft more. I think.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm gonna be honest. Like it is insane, but it is to shout. Like it is. Like if I'm drafting this, Garen is what I'm going for because Garen is really good into Kale. Because if you just wait, you just stand there and kind of giggle and do the like Johnny Bravo dance. Caitlyn it does really badly into Garen because Garen can close that gap and it just does not care because Stride Breaker and the anti-W does stopping all slows.
Not even mentioning Phase Rush.
Yeah, like it is a really, really good pick. The problem is that if it falls behind, Garen is completely useless. And
Yeah.
the thing is, Silas has a really tough time in lane against Garen because Silas can sustain by going in. Garen can sustain by leaving. Like it counters it in the worst way possible.
One is less interactive for the opponent than the other is.
Yeah, Silas does a really good choice of taking the Garen ult, but the scaling on it is very different than what Silas wants to take overall. He wants heavy AP scaled items or ults. So it is a little bit of a mess.
Nautilus, Shen, Senna, all really good scalings.
They're really good scalings, but they're not quite like the Amumu's, the Malphites, the big game changers. Because then the Alistairs, yeah. So like Silas has some decent choices in terms of what they want to do. But if they take the Nautilus, it's like a long range CC. They'll catch you, but they have to make sure they can kill you. With the Shen, they can join a fight somewhere else. That's great if you don't get stopped. And the shield will be massive. Senna, fired across the map. It won't do a lot of damage, but the shielding will be great. So yes, there's options there, but to be honest, if there's anyone I don't doubt, it's THBQ. If there's anyone I don't doubt, it's THBQ. There's something
really
there.
good. And especially on the Silas. The thing I want to ask you guys is this is the first time we've seen the sides swap through the entirety of the series. And FLS have used that to get the power pick of Caitlyn AD carry in the bottom lane. And my question to you both is that powerful enough to have warranted them to jump to blue side? Is that the pick that you think they wanted? Is that the one that you think is really going to win them this series?
I think to answer that question, are we talking about how good the Caitlyn pick is right now, or are we talking about how good the Garen pick is into their entirety?
I think both. I think both matter because by taking the first pick, you're giving Setback's last pick counter pick.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think the Garen pick R5 is going to do way more this game than having that first pick Caitlyn, unless we see this bot lane do absolutely incredible into Senna Nautilus. But I think Senna Nautilus will have an easy time making this a nothing lane while the Nidalee plays around the Garen.
I'm gonna be honest here. It feels like the Smolder game just with a Kale. That's how it looks to me. Like Floops has a hell of a job ahead of them. Like Floops really needs to open a can of worms and just start smiting people left, right, and center. And Catsox, you've shown some great mechanics, but Nidalee is probably one of the highest skill ceiling junglers. Now I know there's arguments that like Lee Sin is like up there and other things like that, but you're playing against Rek'Sai. She is simple. No, don't you speak. Rek'Sai's quite simple in her design. You hit something harder, you then hit it again, and then if it isn't dead, you press ult, disappear for a second, and then hit it again. That's what it has to be. So I think I prefer Faceless here, just because Caitlyn is simple. Rek'Sai is very hard to lock down. If you do, it's dead, but it does have the ability to disappear. Silas has so much adaptability, and there's a Kale. But
yeah. I think there is something to be said in game fives especially, but throughout the entirety of any league that is not I'm going to be real, actually any league, there is something to be said about simplicity of execution in your champion and in your comp versus skill ceiling in your characters. Like if you look at Sep X, you have Senna and Nidalee and even Shen to a certain degree, where if they're played at their best, these champions are disgustingly good. They will 1v9 win you a game. They will be insanely broken. But if you look at FLS, you don't need to be perfect at Caitlyn to get a lot out of her. You don't need to be perfect at Rek'Sai to get a lot out of her. For Kayle, if you get to level 18 and you have decent, or if you get to level 16 and you have decent positioning and you know how to right click well, you can make her work. It's like you said, a lot simpler for these champions, or for FLS to actually make these champions work and make their composition work versus Sep X, who have a much lower skill floor, even if they have a much higher skill ceiling with their champions.
Sorry, there's predictions in the chat. I'm not speaking for the next 2 minutes. All on Faceless.
Oh, I also went all
Wow.
on Faceless.
I'm just saying, I've got to use last of my points because I won't be around as much, so I won't be able to vote as much.
It's okay. I put my points on Summit.
Oh, everyone's going for Faces. I'm going to vote for Summit just to make sure some people get some of my points. Because I'm heavily in the Faceless party right now. As you see, Floops already getting some decent work down onto THBQ, who's waiting for that level 3 to fully get the Conqueror rolling and then making those extended trades that Garen can trade back with Conqueror, of course, but you do need a little bit more time on Garen and items to really be effective. But let's go through the lines one by one here and see how we're going to go, because Kayle has already burned
Top lane
Flash.
already lost Flash, by the way. Yeah.
Lost.
Unfortunately, Shen is also one of those tank top laners that you have to respect in the early game, because he will, especially level 2, do a lot of damage. So Funky Boy Joe didn't respect that, now has lost Flash, and this is a gank opportunity, but the problem is that gank opportunity is coming from a Nidalee. And Shen taunt is not the same as like a Renekton stun, where it's super easy to tell exactly where they're going to be and you're going to guaranteed land the spear. You still have to work with your top laner, because if they move at all, that champ is just going to not get hit by the spear, and it's going to be rough for you.
Yeah, spears are nice. The spears are good, but right now it is very same timing clear from both junglers. They both seem to be just finishing off that 4th camp. They will be meeting on this bottom scuttle unless one of them wants to give it up. But in the bot side, Senna is scaling. Will continue to scale with those stacks. I haven't seen Senna in a while. It has kind of fallen off just a little bit. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it. I would rather see maybe a Corki or something down here. But
Yeah, Corki was still up and available. We haven't seen Corki this series. Wow.
Kaisa was also available.
Yeah, I just need to remind everyone how long it took for us to get Fearless, not only in down here in the lower tiers, but also just in pro play in general. There are so many champions in this game that are viable. How did we not do Fearless like 2 years ago? How did this happen?
We need real Fearless, where the bans are permanent as well.
That might be a little bit much. And
it's
somehow
called
the Pro Comps draft score has gotten even closer. It is 0.25% in favor of some of Esports Phoenix this game.
Garen speaking into the void to get that score up. But what I do say about Iron Man is that there isn't enough ADCs existing that you can do Iron Man Fearless. I think Fearless was stopped for so long because of the ADC pool being the smallest pool. You have the least amount of champions. So Sams, I swear to God, if you make Iron Man Fearless come next year and I'm not here to do the draft, I will strangle you. I will find you.
If there's a league that does Iron Man Fearless, I think I would be pretty excited. I'd volunteer
to go 10 for 10 on predictions.
I played in an Iron Man Fearless league. It was so fun.
Does exist.
We just need to bring one to Titan now is the thing. But we have a much slower early game this time around. This is kind of something that just happens in game 5s, where you never want to be the player who loses your team the game. So play a little safer.
Up Floops. Floops. See Rek'Sai, the knockup's gonna go through. Tries to flash away. Is it gonna be enough? It's not. First blood gonna go over to 50 cal Taco on the Rek'Sai.
Just as I say, they're slowing the game down. The good gank from 50 caliber Taco nets the Rek'Sai first blood, and getting her ahead is something you really want to see if you are an FLS fan. Rek'Sai is a champion that can accelerate the game and make life so difficult. Giddy Boy Joe, if you ignite someone here to cancel a recall, come on, pull your Hilly-Sang out.
Okay, so we do have first blood for the Rek'Sai. It's still behind in camps as Nidalee is still farming up a storm, and there is something I want to talk about with the Nidalee. It is one of those things that not a lot of people think about, that most champions kind of get unlocked at level 6. Nidalee is no different. The raw stats Nidalee get from being level 6 is more important than anything else. I know you're thinking like, oh, but all those abilities doesn't matter. You need all those levels. You need those points in your queue, and it doesn't matter
going
because
back
it's a
in for another
return.
gank. There's going to be the stun on Floops. Floops on the wrong side of his lane right now, but here comes two members, Nautilus and Italy, pulling up. Floops trying to get away. So much damage. 50 cal going to go down in the return kill. And Cat Sox and Shen diving under that turret onto the Shen, or onto the Silas, who can't do anything about it, as Cat Sox is going to find the kill. Garen finds a kill. It's 2 kills over to Sepex.
Yeah, that is the reverse cyberbully. That is when you see someone getting bullied online and you step in and protect them by hitting them with the grammar rule, by making sure that the UR actually has the apostrophe in it. It is just really well played overall. Floops manages to get the kill as well, dropping that ult onto Taco, and that will set them back just a little bit. Is also the Drake now being started, so it looks like it's going to be handed over. Even though they did get those kills, they are going to lose the first objective here. So still looking up for FLS once they get that. And this has been a big kind of point of contention, I think, for both sides here, is why is everyone just going mid?
They're looking mid because they want to turn towards Dragon, but Dragon's already gone. So it is going to be FLS claiming the first Dragon at the very least for themselves, even if they're not taking the front side of that play. I'm going to call out the supports again. BR not only with a great roam, but also tanking the turret there to make sure the dive goes off as smoothly as possible. I love seeing good support play. This is all fantastic.
Good support play, good movements, good macros. Game 5 Grand Finals Vanquisher 2025. And you couldn't have asked for much more. Like, I got to see my Jinx get absolutely decimated. I did see Romeo crash out over a Zillion that then absolutely dominated the game, and his Ginzao get absolutely fisted. Like, there's good sides and bad sides to every story here in Vanquisher. And
you got to see my Thresh get wrecked. You got to see me crash out over double Seraph's first item.
Yeah,
life is good for you.
We got Cloud Soul, the greatest soul.
Life is good, and then you'll never see me again. I'm disappearing into the sunset.
Ended on a high note. I am a little surprised we didn't get to talk about it through the early game, but Floop's opting for the Conqueror in this matchup as opposed to the Phase Rush. Phase Rush has become like the very standard normal Garen rune. I think Conqueror works in a matchup like this because Silas wants to take longer trades, but I feel like Phase Rush just kind of denies him from taking them instead of trying to play into them, no?
Yes and no. I do like the fact that Berserker Greaves do exist though for Garen, because spin more.
Here comes 50 cal Taco looking for that knockup again. He is going to
again.
find it. Can they find the kill before he can use that Demacian Justice? There's going to be Senna trying to keep the shield up, but it's not going to be enough. As there goes Floops. We're 2-2-1 kill away from Feats of Warfare being claimed by one of these teams.
Look at the CS numbers though. Like, Silas is not getting to these minions regardless of the kills and the assists and everything else going over. Garen is still doing really well in that lane. Like, if this was a top lane Garen, it would very, very quickly turn into proxy Garen not caring, get waves and just having a really good time. But it will be Sepex now. They're still in decent positions, but they're losing so much more on the map in terms of objectives, and they're losing the Garen a little bit more. The scaling is not really working as well. Like, Kayle is doing fine, but Caitlyn's now beating out the Senna and farm. It's getting dangerous, and the Joes are starting to look very strong.
Yeah, I will say this is something that I've glazed FLS for the entirety of this finals. They make cross-map plays well, and they force the issue well. They love aggressive early games. They love being the first to the punch in every play that they can, which is why I was so concerned about the Jinx draft in that game number 4, and why I like this draft so much better for them, because you have early game power, you have mid game spikes like Caitlyn on 1 or 2 items, Silas once he gets 1 or 2 items, Rek'Sai especially. Once she gets 1 item, she really starts playing the game, and you have Kayle kind of just as late game insurance. Funky Boy Joe, it's almost like you're playing a tank, but you're not a tank, if that makes sense.
Does it make sense? That is the main question.
There's going to be the
Boss
charge
Goofy
Goofy Boy Joe trying to run, but there's going to be a jump from the Nidalee. The Ignite not going to do enough damage. Ace in the hole going to land on Cat Sox, but is he going to be able to save Giddy Boy? Going to flash under that turret. 50 cal Taco there as well. Garen and Silas pulling up to the battle. Is this done, or are we going to see a kill? It does not look like.
Everybody walks away.
Go down as everyone is like, nah, we don't want to give over Feats of Warfare just yet. Top side, we're seeing Shen absolutely body Kayle in terms of the health bars at the moment.
But this is what I talked about earlier. The teams do not want to be the one to make the mistake that loses you this game 5. This is essentially now a best of 1. Whoever loses this game loses the whole thing. Your entire season ends and you didn't get the chip in finals. Nobody wants to be the guy to make the play that says, hey, I made this play, it goofed up, and now we lost. And Floops now has to lose Flash again.
Senna even using that Dawning Shadow just to make sure that he's going to be okay.
Yeah, a little bit of screaming probably coming from that bot lane right now towards that Garen, like please stop dying, fire ult, make sure they don't die. Right now as well, Shen ult is up. We see the Drake now spawning in the next 50 seconds. This is where we start to see the prio move around for anyone that's wondering what your timing is. If you want to get prio for Drake, 45 seconds is the timing you need to back, get your items, and get there. So we do see Garen slightly behind, but will be down there in time and should have the second component or completed item done. But is actually going to go into anti-heal, which I actually like.
Yeah, I think into the Silas especially, and even into the Rek'Sai to a certain extent, I think that's really good. I like this call. It is completed Roa already for THBQ, so he's going to be stacking that up around 21 minutes.
Uh-oh, Caitlyn, so much damage going through. Can they find the kill? It's a Senna, so the answer's going to be no. But Caitlyn down, probably going to be forced to give Dragon here when you don't have your ADC available.
They do have 2 members rotating down if they want to try and continue the play. Goofy Boy Joe is staying.
The taunt, Giddy Boy Joe, gonna get jumped on. There is gonna be Leona trying to throw her ult, keep them off, but the stun from Senna is gonna go through the 2 of them. They have full Dragon River control right now.
Yeah, a little criminal that spear missed, but
yeah, it was a complete goalpost moment there as they are going to clear out the wards on this one, but they're staying around. So Rek'Sai can get in, can just tunnel under that wall, has flash available as well, so can make the distance. But 50 Cal Taco is blind, is tremor sensing right now, won't be able to sense anything as that Drake is just going to be taken for free. Bit of a late smite there as well. We did notice that. We're not going to let you away with that one either, Captox. But it is going to be a... That is a Drake. That is great. We're going to see Hextech coming up as well. Gold is even. No one's taking that first tower, but it is getting very close in that top side for Kale to take
trying.
Yeah,
he's trying to do
his very best to get that tower. But
yeah, but that's the thing. With all of this attention that's been happening in mid and in bot, Kale has just kind of been farming. Like, yeah, she lost her flash early, but how much more pressure has she really been facing? The taunt happened.
Might be dead. Loco gets the free tower. Kale gonna try to use her ult to stay alive, but can't. Who's gonna find the kill? It is gonna be Loco Poco. He gets the feats of warfare from the kill on Kale.
Caster curse of all caster curses. Oh, how much pressure is actually happening on Kale? That pressure is happening on Kale. You get solo boloed under the enemy turret. And now 50 Cal's
off in his own jungle. Silas trying to get the return kill on Cattox. It's looking promising with the Dread Line going to come through. Here's Good Boy Joe coming as well. The Shen is here. Everything going wrong right now for FLS as Garen shows up and peels away 2 members of FLS. It's now 6-2 kills, and Garen is looking strong for Summit Esports.
Yeah, just a little bit too much aggression coming out there from 50 Cal Taco. I think we saw a lot of this yesterday in the Divinity when I was covering that. So it's like, let's go fight for the red buff for absolutely zero reason. As we do get a replay of what happened here. 50 Cal Taco, yep, going in, tries to get the kill on the Catsox, realizes that priority is not there. Shen ult comes through. They're trying to escape from here, but you're not getting away. BR also appearing, going to immediately set themselves up, going to hit the wall. But more importantly, like, no one's going to fail here. This is going to be a very easy one as they have better priority on this and they just have people constantly reinforcing these fights. And Faceless, that is a major fault that is going to sting for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
These are the plays that I talked about where you make a play like that and if it works well for you, you flip the game and suddenly you have a massive lead and you're feeling really good. But if they don't go well for you, you've given your opponent quite a big lead. This is now a 2-0 in Italy and Floops, confident trading.
Stun to that mid lane, first turret taken. Stun gonna come out from Leona on that Garen. Garen though, just living forever, spinning to win the Demacian Justice. Not available, not gonna be able to find a kill just yet. Dritzline gonna go through, and just like that, Silas is gonna go down. It's a nasty spear from that Nidalee.
Ooh. That's kind of all I have to say about that play. Just, you tried to go in on the Garen, and the pressure has been on Floops all of this game, but the problem is that pressure is on Garen. How much does Floops really care about taking every bit of aggro this game when he has a Senna in the side lane who's just been free farming this entire time?
Both side lane turrets during that were knocked down. The top turret knocked down by Kale. The bottom turret knocked down by Caitlyn despite the kill lead. It is only a 600 gold gap. And in terms of looking at that upgraded boots, we're one objective away for either team to claim it. FLS has the first turret, SepX has the feat of warfare. It's just one objective for upgraded boots.
Yeah, and we have to also look down towards those ADCs because Senna is still scaling up as well. Kale is scaling up
Jen
currently
under
as well, but
fire right now
Caitlyn-
by 3 of them.
he's very
Caitlyn
bad.
trying to find that kill.
Should be.
Senna keeping his life alive a little bit longer, but that kill is going to go straight over to Caitlyn.
Nice
God.
job donating that over to Goofy Boy Joe. I like that. They're going to lose their mid lane turret for it, but you have Kale absorbing the wave and absorbing the farm, so I think they're kind of okay with it.
Kind of. They do lose the mid tower as well from that Rift Herald, which is very, very important for opening up the map. It is something that a lot of casters talk about constantly on every single broadcast. But it is a very, very important anchor point for your team to be able to keep vision, keep control, and keep priority for these objectives, which are now even more important because the next one is going to be a massive fight. It's going to be those upgraded boots, whoever gets it, and it could spell the end of the game because that will be the point where both teams really need to lock in. And if one big mistake, and it could just be complete morale just falling apart.
Yeah, this game is, as much as the kills are really in favor of setbacks, and when you're looking at that as a player, you're like, we're down 3-7. It feels like we're so far behind. The gold is practically dead even at this point. This is one of those times where boots really can be the difference and unlock the ability to actually start pressuring a lead and winning the game, as opposed to, the team that's winning got the boots, so obviously they're gonna, press forward and, take the win. But this is a game that's a lot closer than that. Items are close. The scaling advantages for either side is not super heavily weighted one way or another. I think the big thing to look out for is this 50 CS lead, now 60 CS lead that we're seeing among the top laners. Because Loco Poco is going to be useful on the Shen. He scales off of XP, not off of like gold. But Kale loves gold. Kale loves items and XP and time and any resources you can give her. And so far, she's kind of chovying.
Dragon currently up. It is looking like it's firmly in the grasp of SepX, who will be claiming the upgraded boots from that Hextech Dragon. It's also Hextech Soul on this Rift. Arguably the strongest soul in League of Legends if you can capture it. We've seen one Hextech Soul already claimed with a Kog'Maw on the team. Will we see it again in this Game 5?
I'm a little bit confused as to why no one fought for that. They just didn't care. They just didn't want to play for it as floops now. Back in a normal matchup for a Garen. This is normal. This is fine. Funky Boy Joe's actually weathering the storm pretty well. Just a slight level advantage. But Kale does have that ult, just has to watch out for what could possibly be a one-shot combo, as Garen has that amazing combo that only really high-skilled players can do. It's like flash Q, ER. It's so
being
incredible.
attempted, BR missing the dredge line, but the depth
got
charge
ulti.
is going to find it. There's going to be a second dredge line going forward. Floops is on top, and just like that, Doom going to come in with the Dawning Shadow to
Top
claim
lane.
the kill on Kale.
Keep your eyes on that top lane, though. The counterplay, again, FLS do this every time. If they're losing on one side of the map, they're winning on the other. They lose their Kale. It doesn't feel great, but they're going to get a tier 2 turret for it and continue to try and press an advantage.
Senna working away on that mid tier 2 as well, as now, 2/10 left on that one. So, yeah, they do get the top tier 2, which is great, but they lose.
Caitlyn going to
top
overstay.
tower.
The dredge line finds her in the top lane, Nidalee on top, and they're going to find Caitlyn.
And that's where the disaster will start to fall for FLS. Because, you make the great side lane play, but if you overstay, if you're not there with your ADC when they're recalling, setbacks will take advantage, and they will punish every time.
Yeah, it's an overstay. It's a big punish. It's a big loss as well, because Caitlyn is one of those scaling picks that we want to see consistently get better. I was kind of hoping Caitlyn wouldn't get blind. It's blind as well. That's the worst that could happen. As Goofy Boy Joe will get eviscerated there, and Goofy, I made the jokes earlier about the "I'll do it again" murdering kids Goofy skit that I saw on TikTok a while ago. That just absolutely got me in bits. But yeah, it's not looking as hot this time around. We're still waiting for that IE, the LDR, some of the more of the attack speed items to come through, and we have to wait for that Caitlyn to be like a headshot machine. And are they going to be able to buy enough time for that Caitlyn and for that Kale to get the 16 and 3 items each? And that's probably where I feel like this might be getting a little bit weaker now. Sepix are constantly playing the tempo,
they
and
are.
they're
Be the
off we
stun
go.
on Nautilus. Nautilus
United.
taking quite a bit of damage, but Garen is in the back on that Kale. The Demathian Justice is going to be countered by Kale. The Kale ult doing huge amounts right now. Her version of Justice is going to be stronger as she floops. Senna going to be able to find the Caitlyn, though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The question is, who got the better end of it?
THBQ stole the Senna ulti, but not going to do anything with it. Oh, Catsox.
Trying to
What's
find
it?
the flash through. Finds the Rek'Sai.
Setbacks have done this really well throughout the series of just taking advantage of minor mistakes, of making minor punishes and turning them into huge advantages. We saw it in game 1, we saw it in game 3, and we saw it in game 4, and we might be seeing it again here in game number 5.
The stun finds Kale, but they're not going to be able to go forward because that top T1 turret still up. That Atacon take beginning, but Silas already getting back to this fight. Caitlyn on her way back. They are missing the Rek'Sai.
They are missing the Rek'Sai right now, but the TP starting to come in. Here comes Floops. Here comes the reinforcements, and we're not seeing Goofy there in time. They don't want to engage without Caitlyn being in a good position right now, and that could just be Akhtan going down for free.
Yeah.
Atacon gonna be claimed by Setbacks. Loco Poco gonna go in, try to take a fight here. Stun gonna go forward, but Kale gonna be able to find Loco Poco. Doom is gonna find the Leona. BR trying to stay on top of BR. Forced to walk out. All of Setbacks trying to run away, but 50 Cal is now in their position. Can they make something happen? Are they going to go in? They knock up the Garen. Garen down to half HP, but he is just going to spin his way out. The Demacian is going to go where he pleases and be able to live for free.
Garen is just not the target you can flank. He's not the one that you can take down. We'll get a replay of what exactly happened in this fight. And it looked like a great counterpunch for FLS, as they do. BR a little over-aggressive, a little out of position, but you're engaging onto that Nautilus. He's got the shields, he's got the tank stats, and then Floops just has free access to Funky Boy Joe.
Yeah, decent damage coming out from Funky Boy Joe overall, and Floops will go down, but Goofy just out of position there, just getting caught on the turnaround, and there was an opportunity here maybe if THBQ hit this. So they go forward. If they had hit that one onto Doom, there might have been an angle for something. There might have been some hope, but 50 Cal Taco will just get flashed on by a cat.
Now we gotta fight.
Another fight breaking out in the mid lane. It is going to be Giddy Boy Joe, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Ults are still coming back up. A Dredge line is going to find that Rek'Sai with a dive in at half health from Locos and do not look so good. 50 Cal going to be able to find BR right away. Floop's trying to get some damage to the back, but Leona going to be able to get a slow onto Shen, which is going to cost him his life. Kale getting every kill in these fights for FLS, and now they're diving onto that Senna. Senna's got nowhere to go as they're sent to the gray screen. It's just Floops and Catsox left as their T2 turret is getting annihilated.
The Nidalee hurts Setback's comp. They do a lot of damage, and they have a lot of backline dive, but if Funky Boy Joe doesn't die, then FLS are feeling absolutely fine. Kale lived in that fight with both ultimate and flash up. She was pumping the damage. Now 3-2, was 0-2-0, was struggling in this game, but now has 215 CS, 3 kills, 2.5 items under. Yeah, 50 caliber taco dies. That feels rough. A little overextension, but you get the dragon. You stop that soul point from coming through. And FLS just continue to buy time. Boy, Joe
going in way too deep. What are we doing, Catsox? Why are we giving free gold over?
He thought that he could pick Goofy Boy Joe out of position again, recalling out of time again, but this time FLS was behind him, and they don't allow their 80 carry to die.
Yeah, it's just Jin Zhao main's not understanding things. Don't worry about it.
They just took Dragon. They just took Dragon together.
Floops is going to... They set themselves up nicely here with a nice flank. Loads of vision. But as soon as they walk in, things start to go a little bit badly. And yeah, they just have to back off of this thing straight onto Drake. But Floops then finds the jungler, which is just...
Not the spot that 50 cal should be.
There, and then the thing burrows underneath you. But yeah, Catsox honestly thought here that there's an opportunity maybe just to blow up Joe, and there's an angel literally sitting on the shoulder of Caitlyn, just in the bush behind them, ready to save them. So it's just, it feels like a lot of these like smaller plays, the little ones, are just like very small mistakes that they just don't realize there's an extra person there. And that's it. Like it's little things, but they matter so much, especially when you were 4-0 on the Nidalee and now you're 4-1. More than likely a bounty went over as well. So these little things add up.
The Darksteel stacks went over. The big deal, I think, is this game is still on a nice edge, and this is the other side of these game 5s, these late series that go very far. Cat Sox in trouble, but I think he'll be able to walk out here. Everyone's going to walk out and be okay. But the other side of this series, alongside people being nervous, not wanting to make mistakes, is in game 5, your stamina is tested. You get tired. You get absolutely worn out at this point in the game. Senna is currently on 56 stacks, which is, I think, low for 25 minutes, but the problem is the farming Senna always throws me off with that. You get tired. Your brain starts to falter at a certain point in the series, and game 5, 30 minutes in, might start to be a limit for a lot of these players. Cat Sox again!
Right here, Leona going to follow up the Stand United coming from Shen. It's not going to be enough, but it's Leona who finds the kill. Baron walking over from FLS. Is there anything Summit can do to stop this Baron play? Or is having Cat Sox dead enough for Faceless to claim it for free?
They have potential. They have engaged. Doom can look for poke, but I don't know if they have the damage without the Nidalee. Baron's already down to 3k. They want to engage.
Finds it on Kale. Kale going to use the Divine Justice. It goes through. Garen now trying to find anything but BR getting pieced. Floop's getting pieced. And Doom has no one to defend him. Rek'Sai going to find the easy kill. This might have just cost it Septex the game. 4 members dead. Jen going to make it 5 in Ace. And Baron for Faceless.
What a turn for Faceless off the back of getting the dragon and punishing Cat Sox on that bottom side play. They take control of the map. They push forward. They take a pick on Cat Sox again. They're looking for number 3 in a row on him.
The flash. Ace in the hole. It's gonna the heal. He was barely able to survive.
I don't know how to explain this to people.
Head.
He's waiting
so
for
many
the knife on.
times.
This is the easiest way to explain it to everyone. Scaling matters. No matter how hard you try to say, like, oh no, we can just win without it, blah, blah, blah. No, scaling matters. Kale is a champion that just does not care for your
They are
feelings.
going to get stunned. Kale doing so much damage. Like Sater
Be it.
Funky Boy Joe going to find the kill. Can they defend this 4? Baron minions crashing in. All of FLS leaving, but they found 2 inhibs. And so much gold.
As Sater said, scaling matters. The Kale had her time to farm to get those items. This is a 3.5 item Kale, pre-30 minutes, 250 CS, nearly flame horizoning. Loco Poco. And the Shed is providing utility. He's providing value. He's being a great asset to his team. But how much value can you provide versus the late game Kale? Funky Boy Joe, who has been on tank duty for the entirety of this series, is now unleashed on this Kale.
Yeah, it is just it's just going to be a Kale diff, and we saw in the Smolder game, Kale's the exact same kind of champion. They just have a lot of fun saying, oh, I've hit a certain threshold in levels. Cool, let me kill your entire team while not dying. Same with Trindamirs and all those. Thank God we didn't see one of those. But regardless, like, this is a very, very tough position for Septex Bean. It's not over. There is still the opportunity for them to find something. But
oh,
Floop's
there's going to be a
instead.
stun on Floops. Leona going to be able to make sure he stays put as Goofy Boy Joe finds the kill on Floops. TP coming to the turret, but the turret is going to be destroyed as the TP finishes. They're running down the enemies. There goes Nidalee. There goes BR.
That's it.
Doom on the run. Loco's trying to stun them under tower, but it's not going to be enough. And just like that,
It's
ladies
over.
and gentlemen, the minions walking into the base of Summit. The first Nexus turret gonna be destroyed. The second Nexus turret gonna be destroyed. Doom gonna be destroyed just like his namesake. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Faceless Insomnia is going to win Vanquisher League.
It was different than anticipated. It was with a different player in the mid lane for Summit, and it was with a different kind of game, I think, than we had anticipated based on what we had seen from Faceless. Summit Esports took them the distance. The only team to take 2 games off of them the entirety of this regular season, the entirety of the playoffs. But it wasn't enough. They got 2. They couldn't get that all-important game 3. Faceless Insomnia, congratulations on your chip.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to win a chip, especially in a fashion like that, going all the way to game 5. I'll let you two speak because I don't have to do this anymore. I'm done.
not just the winners of this second split in 2025, undefeated in turn when you look at total series. Faceless never lost a single series.
5 games
splits.
total. 5 games total through the entirety of regular season and playoffs. If you saw that scoreline in the LCK, you'd be impressed. And I think you should be just as impressed here in Vanquisher. Faceless Insomnia, there's a reason why their mid-jungle duo was the winner and the runner-up of the MVP award. They were the best mid-jungle pairing in the league. They were the best team in the league, and they proved it here today. An absolute massive win for Faceless Insomnia, and I think they couldn't be happier with it.
Yeah, they couldn't be happier. That's how it goes. You get the chip. Congratulations and commiserations as well to Sepex. They played an absolute stormer, and in the games they won, they looked very, very dominant.
Absolutely.
I believe we will have an interview in a couple of minutes. We will go to a quick break, but that is goodbye from all of us here on production, and good.
No break, we're running to it. We're going straight to the interview. Our production wants to go to bed as quick as possible, so we're going to jump into an interview here.
I'm going, but that is all from me forever. I will see you all very, very soon, but I am gone. Peace.
Thank you, Sater. Have a good time. Enjoy college. We appreciate you. I'll take over for his role here. An incredible performance here for Faceless Insomnia. We'll get the interview with one of the winning members here. I'm sure production will tell me who as soon as we can. A massive season, I think, to mention first off. This was the largest pool that Vanquisher had ever seen.
Over 40.
So the most competition you could have faced. And Faceless Insomnia go undefeated through the entirety of it. We've got the MVP himself here. 50 caliber Taco. You're live on stream. Congratulations for your win.
MVP. Oh. Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I really think it could have gone to anybody on the team, though.
I mean, yeah, your guys' team was certainly impressive.
The first thing we need to know, though, how are you guys feeling? Undefeated, you get the chip, you win the biggest ever Vanquisher League. What's that high like right now?
It's still processing, man. I don't even know where to begin with this.
Feels good, man. I get carried every game by my jungler.
Calm down, buddy. No, I mean, like, it needs to be said though. First off, incredible series by Summit though. They really everybody gave it their all 5 games. They
were definitely good. They impressed me. I knew they were good, but they definitely showed up. Game 1 was definitely a surprise for me. I was running at game 1.
There is obviously going to be the question with this win of Ryzini couldn't take part for Summit Esports Phoenix. I'm not going to ask you guys whether you think that would change the result here. I'm going to ask, though, did it change your preparation coming into this? Because you didn't have as much time to prep beforehand, knowing that they would have had this substitute mid laner. How much of your initial, early drafting and game prep did have to change with this emergency substitute coming through?
Well, it was Ninga, right? It was Ninga mid?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah. He was much more unknown to us than Ryzini was. So he did have a lot of X factor, and it also felt like he wasn't playing all the champions that Ryzini would have. They definitely were 2 very distinct players. So it did change how we were looking at going into this series. And
I will say I don't think I would have seen a Garen game 5 out of Ryzini.
Maybe not.
And I mean, he played okay on it. He beat me in lane. But, So it just
bold move, Cotton.
Yeah, I think
we called it out in draft. The Garen is a winning lane versus the Silas. It makes life very difficult for him. But the thing that I like to talk about the most is the the utility and the support and the team play. Something I call out for you guys is you love to just kind of punch your opponents in the face early game, and you make their lives really difficult by being aggressive. Is that how you guys would describe your style of play? Is that what your plan is coming into games, or do you just play more to your comfort?
Yeah. Love it or hate it, I am physically incapable of being passive. So
normally it's Taco doing whatever he wants, and then it's me having a heart attack and trying my best to follow up on it when I can. But yeah, Taco's just a maniac, And yeah, our team meshes really well together. Special
Wouldn't
shout
have
out
it
to the
any other
boys.
way.
Are you
Group
guys
C
We love to
supremacy.
scrap.
Are you guys planning to stick together next split? Is like this Faceless Insomnia roster? Are we gonna see them again?
I mean, nothing's finalized quite yet. We really wanted to focus on the present before we were looking like that far ahead. But
I think all eyes were just on this finals match, and we'll see about the
we
future. for
we
sure.
keep hearing talks that me and Brad are going to get yeeted from Vank. me for the second time. But if that happens, I think we would already be looking at moving up to what is it, Immortal
Immortal?
League? Yeah, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Do so
you know.
the other thing with this series, you guys for the first time were taken to a game 5. Like all season, you were doing 2-0s for the most part. You were taken to a game 5. How was that feeling in the call? Like how was the change in gameplay, the draft, and all that when you guys haven't really gone this distance or haven't had to for the majority of the season?
Well, I think before the series even started, I was like, "We're going game 5, boys."
Yeah, literally.
Like,
We actually
so we just
we
fulfilled the prophecy.
we knew pretty well that our teams were very equally matched and like to play the same way. So every game is like, pretty up in the air where it goes. So we were expecting a game 5. I was not expecting that Demon draft game 5. I don't know what
Yeah.
what I saw happen. Shout outs to my brother Vertigo for the Rek'Sai cook though. He has really opened my eyes to Rek'Sai being a champion. So we were out of champions by that point, man.
think we were picking
Both sides.
some
It
comfort
was
BD is fearless, baby.
and
it
trying
was
to make
it was a
work.
diabolical draft. I was about to whip fiddlesticks on him.
Well, I don't want to take too much time away from you guys' celebration and from your night here. So I just want to ask before we send you guys off, do you have any shout outs you want to give? I know you've already given a few out, but anybody else that you want to let know that they are appreciated before we send you off and back over to your team?
You wanna go
shout
first,
out
Brad?
shout out to my team. Shout out to the enemy team. They played really well. And shout out to the big man in the sky, God, man. Got to shout him out.
For real. God bless.
How about you, Taco?
Alright.
Or inshallah. But yeah, man. Shout outs, dude. Shout outs to Phoenix. That's my cheerleader right there. He always cheering me on throughout the entire season. Even though, he was in our group of death and didn't make it. But like, that guy just never stops like believing in me. And I'll never stop believing in him too. Give him a fucking team, people. Come on.
Well, we appreciate you guys for coming into this interview. Congratulations on your win. Go celebrate with your team. And from everybody else, everyone here at Titan, we appreciate you all so much for sticking with us for this series that really, truly went the distance. I've been Brittany. You saw Sater. Shout outs to him. We hope everything goes well for him in college. That's Romeo, our producer and observer, Golden and Loki. And I want to give a special shout out to Loki and Golden, especially for dealing with being on the production side when they have to be up early in the morning. I'm not going to take up too much of their time. Loki also dealing with the scheduling for the entirety of this split. An absolute goat. We appreciate you all for being here and for sticking with us through this entire Vanquisher split. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll catch you next time. Have a good night.